Hey everyone, we're going to start now. This is AC Bronyville Podcast. We're doing another tabletop session. This is number what?
7.
7, cool. Lucky number 7 of our little tabletop specials. I'm AC. With us we've got Pixelkitties.
Hello, hello.
How are you, dear?
Joining us from
I am doing very good. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing fine. Joining from?
I was saying joining us from the ether somewhere.
From the ether?
Yeah, it's just
out in the internet. Well, we got a laptop sitting here that signifies both herself and Sandy.
Yeah. There we go.
Hey, Sandy.
Howdy.
How you doing, sir?
I like that because our stream up here is slightly delayed, so it's like anything I do, I get to see it 5 seconds later. And
you do?
Like, oh man, I didn't do that right. Oh, that looked awkward.
Don't be too distracted by that. I can stop the stream and keep the chat.
Yeah, don't look at yourself. It is distracting.
I just simply want this for framing and reference. We can get rid of it if necessary. This is going to be very confusing also to people who are listening.
AC created this podcast to test our insecurities.
I've vanished those years ago. Oh, by the way, this is Roger Marsh, maker of Savage World of My Little Pony.
There's the camera. I'm looking up into it now, I think.
Yeah, you're there.
My simulacrum will join me in a second. Ah, there it goes, yeah.
This is really getting you. Your obsessive compulsive disorder is on full bloom right now.
There's something. I mean, like the little surprise panel I had to do at Everfree a year ago was better just because it wasn't like being broadcast back at me. I think was the thing. But anyway,
so yeah, we're doing this. We're doing this thing for the 7th time. Roger, as we said, makes Savage World of My Little Pony. It's a tabletop game using the Savage World rule set. You can find that. What is it? Gift Creek 23.
Yeah, we can link my stream over there. But basically, you can get the materials for the pony side of things on my DeviantArt for free. The actual rules for the game you can purchase, and they're very reasonably priced. The rule book. I was actually just at a hobby store yesterday, and the rule book is about $10.
Okay,
and it's a quality piece of work.
Get it. You can actually even download it online and get just the
PDF.
PDF. Yeah, I want to say PNG. That's not right.
DriveThroughRPG.com is a really good place to get RPG PDFs. They sell them very good prices, and it's so. That's what I recommend. You can also buy directly from the company's website.
I'll need to check that one. I'm actually somewhat interested to start up a Serenity game, so that might be a good way to
watch it.
Get a Brown Coats Forever.
I'm just imagining you sitting in front of I was watching Serenity, just like, I want to do that.
Spaceships and space rednecks in space.
Yeah, I think there's those tropes about like the great conflicts in fiction are like man versus nature and man versus machine, but in games it's just like space and some different something happens. It's like man versus machine in space, man versus nature that is space.
Space nature, yeah.
And Chinese swear words.
Yes,
that's the best. Actually, in the book they have an entire dictionary of this is how to say Chinese swear words.
Nice. That's important.
So, yeah, we've got all this stuff to do. So, I guess we should go and explain our characters. We don't have the sheet ups or everything, but I've got the details for myself. I play Apple Cider, as you would guess. He is the talkie pony, as well as, oddly enough, one of the smarter ponies of the group. How that happens, no one really knows.
One of the strange breaks between numbers and reality.
He oscillates between periods of lucid thought and insanity. So,
I mean, the group's been set up such that you guys fall back asswards into adventure, but that's the secret to any good adventure story.
Pretty much. Sandy, what about you?
Well, I play Sandy, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
I'm a tough pony, pretty smart. I'm a fairly well-rounded pony.
He's definitely the more cool-headed of the group,
yes.
I think.
Listen, you would have ran screaming from that spider lady too.
Except he didn't.
I did. I did a crazy Rambo move and then proceeded to scream and run away while everyone else fought it.
Yep.
So, oh man. And Pixel, what about you?
My pony is Pixelkitties, and she is the heiress of the Noir Kitties Brewery in Ponyville. And she is a very magical unicorn who does magical unicorn things. Her parents want her to be very studious, like that know-it-all princess, but she would much rather run off and have adventures and look for Trixie. So,
what happens in that crazy day when she actually does?
Complete silence and awkward shuffling. Of course.
I'm imagining the scene from Community when I forget who it was, but he finally meets LeVar Burton and just can't say anything. He just kind of sits there making noises at him.
It just kind of vibrates there all of a sudden.
Yes.
Thank you.
Trixie just kind of looks and... I don't know.
Man, I've just been served coffee. I feel bad now.
Why?
I know Starry's the nicest person, but at least to me. I don't know about you.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
I love her too. She brought me coffee. As dark as my soul is. Wonderful.
You always know it's good coffee when you pour the creamer in and the creamer just disappears into it and never reappears.
Absolutely. Yes. I don't stick on coffee. As a matter of fact, this was me going. This is my mid-tier coffee. I've got a can of chock full of nuts up there for people I don't like.
Yeah.
Except it's good for iced coffee. Now this is the kind of primo, but then I have the specialty roast beans that I put through a Chemex and everything when I'm just it's time for Cider's special coffee. Time to make me feel fancy.
I'm on my last semester at college, and up until early this year, I managed to withhold drinking coffee the whole time, and I finally gave into it. Mm-hmm. It's bad. It's bad news.
Welcome to Coffee Cast. This is
exactly.
Going to talk about our favorite specialty roasts.
I'm sure when the cat shows up, it'll be cat chat.
Pretty much. He's sleeping right now. He was being kind of a jerk and making messes all over the place earlier. Anyway.
He bit me.
Shall we tabletops?
Sure.
Hooray!
Let's do it.
All right, so let's see. I know. Yeah, I guess we have intros out of the way. Just a real quick explanation for people. Probably, if anyone's new, I think a lot of people have listened to other ones. This is a module, I guess is the proper term for it, for the Savage Worlds system. I created it such so it's easier to play. It's more conducive to playing ponies. And you can download it for if you ever want to interested in playing it. I'm very responsive over email and on DeviantArt. So if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But in terms of we've gone over the rules before, and I think we can more or less skip over it. The game system is very straightforward and simple. And so it's easy to do things as we go along, and I think people remember from what we've done before. But in general, it's dice rolling, and I brought these just in case. So I'm just going to say I'm going to explain things as needed as they go along.
Yeah, so he's got dice, he's got beads, and we've got some giant cards as well.
Yeah, I brought this. Savage Worlds uses playing cards at various points in it. I think a friend of ours said it was Savage Worlds is determined to make its players use every gaming accessory they have, because it uses dice, tokens, cards, and you can flip coins in certain little things. So I brought giant, awesome World War II airplane spotter cards.
Grab one of those. That way we could just show. There's these huge cards.
Sweet.
Check those. Oh.
It's weird though, because the Jokers just have clowns on them.
That's great.
That was not in World War II.
There were no clowns, and
clowns did not in fact exist until the 1980s.
Well, I was going to say, I'm sure the Germans were trying to come up with
It's a unicorn conspiracy, man.
I want you to think there's clowns.
Yeah, we've had some reoccurring jokes about there being some sort of conspiracy theory that only Chef is aware of.
Poniachi is a tool of the Canterlot elite, keeping the Earth Pony down.
Sandy, those classes are expensive, I want you to know. We can't send you back there.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, let's go ahead and roll into this. We're already a little bit crazy behind today because of audio setup, technical silliness. So,
and I got into town last night, so I've had You can all laugh at me. I have not watched the new episode yet.
Ooh, we should keep spoilers to a minimum then.
Yeah, it's okay if something happens. I'm not like I'm sure there's lessons about friendship are learned, and Twilight continues to be a smug princess. So
you pretty much summed it up.
Yeah, yeah.
So the
it's cute horses doing cute things.
Already warned him about drinking potions, so.
Okay, so so they're saying this is the podcast session number 7. I think we have, I think all of them are online on your site.
Pretty much, yeah. All the audio. The audio for all but one we have. There is one that is on YouTube, the Crazy Mike the Microphone one from ages past that you can find on YouTube. So
we don't talk about that one.
That one was weird. That was great, but it was weird.
That escalated quickly.
I got out of hand. Wow.
Yeah.
Mike killed someone.
With a trident.
Yeah, you should probably lay low, Mike.
Talk to you about that, Mike. Oh, God, that movie. All right.
How do you feel about the fact they're making it into second one?
The trailer looks like, it's like, okay, I'll watch it on Netflix or something. I'm sure this is a movie I'm going to see when I'm half drunk at a friend's house at some point, so.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind. The first one was good.
First one was surprisingly good.
It was. Same with not to continue to further, but I was shocked at how funny Talladega Nights was. I thought that was going to be totally stupid.
No, that was good too. Yeah, that was fun.
I liked the running gag in that where, like, his house was haunted. Like, they just threw that in, like, what?
Oh, God.
Yay, tabletop time!
Starry insists that we start even though she's not playing.
You're an hour behind.
We are.
Nah, don't worry.
Very much so.
Okay, so this is tabletop number 7. The name of this is Persona non grata. All right. And I'm going to start, and just as with before, I have a little pre-canned introduction. And unfortunately, because of the delays in this game, this was meant to be prior to Halloween, so it made a lot more sense when we were in the depths of October, and we are now in the middle of November, so it's not as relevant. So you'll have to bear with me.
I'm gonna have to I need to come up with costumes real quick.
You can while I'm doing the introduction. That's right.
All right.
I kind of assumed you guys. I mean, you can't just put on the mustard and ketchup bottles again.
We could do it in opposite though.
Yeah. Okay. So as I said, this is a Nightmare Night themed episode. So just bear that in mind. This is a little bit late, but and in the introduction, I'm segueing in from I'm going to. This has been paraphrased from a short story, so it's going to sound a little weird at first. Right, so I can begin. So. You cannot recall distinctly when it began, but it was months ago. The general tension was horrible. To a season of political and social upheavals added a strange and brooding apprehension of hideous physical danger. A danger widespread and all-embracing. Such a danger as may be imagined only in the most terrible phantasms of the night. You recall that the ponies went about with pale and worried faces, and whispered warnings of prophecies which no one dared consciously repeat or acknowledge to herself that she had heard. A sense of monstrous guilt was upon the land, and out of the abysses between the stars swept chill currents that made ponies shiver in the dark and lonely places. There was a demonic alteration in the sequence of the seasons. The autumn heat lingered fearsomely, and every pony felt the world, and perhaps the universe, had passed from the control of known gods or forces to that of gods or forces which were unknown. In spite of this ominous narration, the two of you are excited that Nightmare Night is finally here. A holiday you are now celebrating in Ponyville, hoping not to have a repeat of last year's night adventure. Luckily, so far none of your neighbors have been replaced by pods, and the only things that smell like vinegar are the pickled vegetables you have canned and stored for winter in the cellar. Once again, the town is bedecked in spooky decorations. Little colts and fillies prepare to go door to door to extort candy from their neighbors. More importantly, you are planning a huge costume party at the restaurant once the other adult ponies in town have a chance to filter in from across from a night of drunken debauchery. There are 3 kegs of pumpkin cider in the cellar that date from before Princess Luna's return, a very good vintage, which you hope to take will help take the edge off the oddly tense atmosphere that seems to have plagued the town as of late. It is currently early evening. The sky is overcast, but the unusual heat from the summer lingers yet, making it a warm evening despite the breeze. The long shadows cast by the sun and the noticeable shortening of the day contribute to a general sense of unease and strangeness, and you suddenly find it easier to believe that ponies of old thought the spirit world was suddenly closer to this one at this time of year. The sounds of croaking frogs and the cries of whippoorwills can be heard loudly over the occasional breeze as the sky rapidly darkens overhead. You have several hours before you are expecting guests, and none of the overly family-friendly events have started yet, making it the perfect opportunity to duck out and enjoy the town. There's at least one pumpkin pie cook-off tonight, as well as the usual cider kegger and hoedown at Sweet Apple Acres. So you have a lot to look forward to.
Okay.
All right. So with that little bit of intro, we're starting off with AC and Chef, and you two, as I said, you two are finally you've gotten all the lunch arrangements done for today at the restaurant. You can duck out and see what's kind of going on. It's got that kind of late afternoon, early evening kind of excitement going. Everyone's putting up decorations,
Getting ready. All right, let's start this. Hey, Chefers, how you doing? How you feeling? Getting all ready up here for holiday time again?
Well, after all the cooking you've had to do to get ready, I certainly hope that we can get some fun in before we have to host this big old party.
Well, I hope so. Do you know if you were able to figure out costumes for this year? I mean, it was your year to the costumes. I had it last year, If you didn't, I may have something I've whipped up. Maybe you might want. But I mean, if you've got something, that's fine. I tell you what. Let me go into storage. Let me just yank these out real quick.
Let me go into my creepy cellar here.
Walk over, open up the closet, whip out one red traffic light and one yellow traffic light. See. If we stand right next to each other, look.
He's invented traffic lights before there was traffic.
Hey, Lacey, what are those?
I don't know. They're colored lanterns. I don't know. But we stand next to each other. It looks kind of cool. And watch, yours turns off and then mine turns on. It's crazy.
I suddenly have the urge to stop and have you slow down.
Well, I've got an idea. How about, I would go to the closets and pull out a pair of purple overalls for myself and a pair of blue overalls for AC. Hats and mustaches for both.
It works for me. It is Sandy's year.
Wow.
It is the year of Sandy, so.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
So we there we go. It'll be Apple Wario and Chef Waluigi. Whoa, Lynx!
Oh, Jesus.
Yes. Ah.
Massive Google link. Enjoy. All right,
It's just in over the wire.
So we are not so copyrighted version of Mario and Luigi.
Yes. We're evil pasta chefs this time.
Oh, all right.
Nice.
We're evil plumbers.
Are you? I forget. Are you the Wario or the Waluigi?
I would have to be the Wario in this case because he has the yellow shirt and Waluigi is blue, I think.
Okay.
He has whatever.
All I know is just Waluigi just always goes. Wah!
Video games do exist in this universe.
They do. Maybe more than traffic lights. What an odd universe this is.
Strange person.
Look, you put me on the spot.
Okay.
No, it's good.
That's fine. We'll go with that.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm looking at. No, I am saying I know what I'm getting into. I've gotten into it 6 more times. Every time it's been varying levels of ridiculous. So, okay. So with your rather odd costumes, I'll bedecked, and obviously leaving Starry to manage things.
Honey, are you doing stupid stuff again?
What are you doing? This little kid bullshit again.
Aw, honey.
She's having a smoke on the back porch.
Oh, this is Sandy's fault, isn't it? He's always playing them video games. Always spending time at Lucky 8-Bits Arcade.
Starry is throwing up her arms and shaking her head in disbelief.
There is.
I don't smoke!
I know. That's why it's funny.
It's an e-cig, don't worry.
Wow! Thanks!
It's like chocolate-covered bananas. It has a great
Come
flavor.
on, Sandy, what do you think? Do you really think they're gonna impress the mans with the high score on Miss Buckman?
Oh, sure, go off and go out and do a Nightmare Night celebration. You're gonna come back and there's just a pile of cigarette butts in your nightstand.
On my nightstand on my pillow. Just putting them out there. Love you too, honey.
How do you know you even get a pillow?
Oh, sleep on your bag of rocks again.
You're sleeping in the hay bale
You
again.
rock pony.
You're gonna go back in the closet.
Oh, that's right, the closet.
I don't want to sleep there again. All right.
So you head out into the town. As I said, the sky is beginning to darken overhead, and it's getting a little starting to get a little chilly. And the town's got their whole Nightmare Night decorations are going up, and you can smell the pumpkin pie wafting over the town. Oh god, that makes me wish I'd brought it.
What?
I'm seriously bummed because I promised I'd bring a pie, and it's in the fridge at home now.
No.
You know what? If necessary, I have some. Hold on, I have some tiny pies.
It's okay. We'll have a pie break midway
I've
through.
got a pie break. I've got a pie break. We've got some tiny pecan pies. We'll bust out some.
All right. Anyway,
I know, but we can buy more.
it's high time for pie time. Yeah, that's a thing in our family. So.
So you're a pie person opposed to a cake person.
Oh, definitely. Cake is insubstantial and.
So. Quick judgment call. Boston cream pie, cake or pie?
Pie.
It's made out of a lot of cake.
So I see. Did you bring a bag for candy? I mean, if we're gonna go, let's go con some adults into giving us some candy, and then invite them to our party later so they can buy some of this pumpkin cider.
You guys are like the bartenders. I'm imagining this is like the characters from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia trying to go door to door for candy.
Hey, it's win-win. I get candy, and we drum up business for the restaurant.
Call the police.
I love how he's taken on a little bit of Wario in this. Just like,
Let's get some of them bits. All about the bits.
Why does Wario sound like the penguin?
because he does.
Are you saying those two things are not similar?
I guess so. I've never actually seen Wario. So.
Wario.
Yeah. So
He's like the penguin's Italian brother.
Bippity boppity.
Hey, I'm trying to make cannolis here.
I'm predicting many bad accents today. Oh, it's gonna be good. So the big thing in town, as I said, that's gonna be is that they're having their carnival set up. So there's gonna be a big horse carnival that takes up the most of town this year.
A big horse carnival or just a carnival?
It's a big space horse carnival.
Oh, okay, good.
In deference to them being little ponies, it's a big carnival.
Oh, wow, these are some big horses. Big horses showed up to our little pony town.
They're those ones that Twilight turned the mice into, the weird like rat horses.
Oh God,
That's the freak show exhibit.
that was weird.
That was kind of
Here, let's use these to ride us into town.
That is really creepy. Like, let's create these weird homunculi version of our own species,
For which labor will occur.
Yeah, it's like magically creating a bunch of shaved humans to like drive you around. It's just creepy. But
They're placed there.
Yes.
They do not appear in the dice camp.
oh come on, M doesn't have to edit anything. This is all gold, I tell you. Yeah. So anyway, so you're gonna as I was saying, the big thing in town is you're probably gonna head out even after conning some local ponies out of candy. The big thing is the carnival, because they're gonna be making they're gonna be making everything just as unhealthy as all that weird like chocolate fried bacon stuff you can buy in the human world.
Funnel cakes.
Funnel cakes and like all sorts of other stuff.
Battered bacon fried in in the greasiest grease you could find.
Fried butter.
Smothered in
Starry agrees with fried butter.
smothered in chocolate. Texas stuff.
All they are is just like butter rolls. That's all they are. Like you get at any cheapo Asian buffet.
Well, needless to say, your normal diet of like oats and like coarse grains is just occasionally, you know what, I'm gonna eat this which has been deep fried in chocolate. So the
Well, We know that Sugarcube Corner is the leading cause of health problems within Ponyville.
Wow.
They can't help themselves.
There's a Surgeon General warning the moment you walk in. Concert. Warning: entering this facility has known to include things that will give you pony cancer.
Sugarcube Corner is just the Ponyville equivalent of the Heart Attack Grill.
Yeah.
I think he's having his unicorn issues again. It's run by unicorns.
It is.
There's like chemtrails, but it's liquid fat that's kind of putting ambient into the air.
Oh my god.
Keep watching the skies. Anyway,
It's Pinky Dean cooking.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah.
Next time I see Andrea Libman, I need to see if I can get her to do some Paula Deen impressions.
God, that's bad.
All right, honey. Now we just go ahead and put some butter on that.
Just without the racism.
Or with.
So anyway, so the big thing is is you're probably gonna head into the carnival into town. This is the big one.
Sure.
The kids, the stupid little kids aren't like out scurrying around biting your knees. By this time, everything's all ready.
God,
to go.
they're so annoying when they do that. Just running around randomly biting knees, trying to get knee-bitten cutie marks. Ah!
You dang whippersnappers.
Knee biting cutie.
Why would you ever have a knee-biting cutie mark?
It's a service that must be done. So.
Very specific talent.
Yeah. So as you kind of like as you go around making your weird Wario noises, getting a lot of streak. How the sort of came around.
Every once in a while, I'm straight. We weren't even doing it until we put on the overalls. We didn't even know what they would do. Just suddenly.
So so as you're going through, you definitely stock up on everything to begin your night of fattening. But the carnival is just as much fun as you imagined. There all this unusual assortment of oddities. So they got the houses of funhouse mirrors, games. There's like the little like mechanical fortune tellers, all sorts of exotic foods, all sorts of weird things on various forms of sticks. It's great. But the yeah. So as you're walking around though, one thing catches your eye. And it's something you've been previously before last year, which you don't talk about. After what happened last year, the carnival usually always has a kind of usual assortment of games and foods, all such. But it looks like there's a new like one of those big. It's like it's centered on a cart, but it kind of folds out into a big tented area, and it looks like they've got the big sign over it. And it says it's an exhibit of antiquities and oddities from around the world.
Ooh.
So this is
Wait.
yeah.
I got.
Ooh.
The two of you just communicate and heard that. Yeah. So it's a little odd. You haven't seen it in town. It looks like a traveling exhibit. It's got lots of like gaudy gold and like, purple fabric on the walls and stuff. And this looks new. It should be interesting. It promises all sorts of interesting strange and terrifying sights from all over the globe. So.
Alicia?
Sounds like we should go check that out.
Seems
All
like
sorts of valuable things.
Seems like a good idea.
Jesus Christ.
We have to get in character here.
This will be fun until we get sick of it.
I like also that like you're trying to do that in between like eating caramel.
This is pretty good.
You step inside and the interior is kept low and they've got little exhibits. They're lit by little like bullseye lanterns, so it's kind of dramatic. They've got all sorts of things. They have a stuffed lion in a ferocious pose and it kind of pops out at you as you look through, and all sorts of interesting bits, strange statues and miscellaneous bits of artwork.
We're not going to encounter Bonzo the Clown, are we? I'm not going to have to go get. There's a smell of cigars.
It's not like. Well, I mean, like if you go by if you think the comics are canon, then there is an It pony.
That is true. I was just saying, just do an "Are You Afraid of the Dark" reference.
No,
just like,
oh man, I remember that one. And that's one of the noises you hear. There's a couple. Yeah, there's a couple other ponies.
that sounds just like Starry.
There's a couple other ponies in here, and you can hear them kind of quietly oohing and awing at the various. They've got strange things floating in jars, and they're backlit, and they're all green and orange and stuff. So it's a general. It's an exhibit of oddities, and there's like an incense kind of burning. But it's kind of dark in there, so you have to kind of huddle along, and you kind of walk through the center of it, and there's exhibits to either side. And as the two of you are stumbling through and twirling your fake mustaches. One of you bumps into another pony in front of you, and you realize, it's someone you recognize. It's the last time you saw her, you were flying over the ocean in a zeppelin.
No! Hey!
No, that is
hey,
mea culpa.
guys!
Mea culpa. That she was in the last one. I totally forgot.
Hi!
Oh, I really like your immigrant laborer costumes. Or
Thank you!
What are you exactly?
We're evil plumbers.
Oh, obviously.
Like the ones that refuse to fix our sink.
Look at my wrench. It's very impressive. Look. It's from a video game. I don't have to explain it.
Oh, video games are cool. At least that's what I hear. So awesome! I got to to dress as the great and powerful Trixie this year, as you can tell. Although my parents actually forbid me from wearing it. I had to sneak out of the house in a slutty equestrian guard outfit, and I changed into this on the way here.
Oh, topical.
Wow.
Sexy equestrian god.
Sexy Trixie.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
I think the Trixie garb is a bit more appropriate.
I think so too. Thank you very much.
I would think that would be like horribly offensive, or like you're dressed up as the person who tried to enslave everyone. It's like, I showed up in my Stellan costume, and I didn't really think it was that funny.
Yeah, but at the end of the episode, they're all like, it's okay. You learned a lesson.
She was under the influence of an evil artifact.
Exactly. That happens all the time in Ponyville.
Oh, jeez.
Come on,
ponies mess with
Tuesday.
magical artifacts all the time.
Who
Who hasn't
hasn't?
been driven mad by magic at least once around here?
Who hasn't been accidentally possessed by an evil artifact and tried to enslave everyone? Oh man. So she's dressed as Trixie. So again, yeah.
Was that again?
I imagine she gets some decent mileage out of that costume.
It's like
I don't know what you're talking about.
she's dressed up in that costume again. It must be a day ending in Y.
Well, normally she just has the scarf on, but now she has the hat and cape.
The hat is important. And the Post-it note with the cutie mark over my own. So
3M making so much money cross-world.
So as you're the three of you are kind of continue looking through. It looks like the owner of the exhibit is up ahead. He's a little pony dressed in a like silk outfit and his little glasses and is it a Q? Is that how you say it? How is it the very like traditional like Chinese haircut where the hair done back in a long ponytail kind of? How do you say that?
I don't know what that's called. I just simply consider that a ponytail.
Either way,
A pony with a ponytail.
appropriately.
Oh.
Anyway, so just for visual reference, this is the curator of the Museum of Dangerous Exhibits from Magic Duel.
Of dangerous exhibits? Uh-oh.
They also have frozen yogurt. That's what we call a frogurt. But
I don't know if the three of us should be here. We have a bad track record for stuff like this.
Can I go?
But the three of you are looking through. He appears up ahead, and he's talking to some of the guests. But the three of you are looking through the various exhibits and stuff, and there's some very weird and frightening things. So they've got lions and all sorts of other horrible creatures, which in my view are not sentient, and thus it's fine to have them stuffed on the wall. All sorts of strange artifacts and things from strange foreign lands, and moving pictures. Also.
Oh!
But the three of you are coming on. And it's near the end of it is one particularly large little niche inside of the exhibit, which kind of catches your eye, and it's a big it's a big statue of some sort. It's like full pony sized. And it looks like it's a Sphinx statue. And it's got a horse face, but
ooh, that's neat. Wait, that's neat. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to this, Sandy.
That's okay, AC.
Is he okay?
You know, Pixel, it's my fault that we're wearing these costumes, but I think he's getting a bit too much into it.
I brought this on us. So the three, it's especially for Pixel. This is kind of interesting. It looks like this ancient sandstone statue you've never seen before. It's strange. It doesn't quite look like anything you've seen before. It's definitely very old. But as the three of you are kind of looking at it,
so it's like a pony crossed with a griffin. This is, man, I don't know what.
Is the curator around? Can we ask him about this?
Yes, as you're kind of fawning over the statue, he quickly sidles up to you. I see it. I see you've taken you're interested in this.
Yeah. What is this? I've never seen anything like that in any kind of history or zoological books.
Well, it's you've stumbled upon a question as old as time itself. I've had this in my collection for years, and I've never been able to figure out quite anything much about it. All I know is that it is strange and old. It may not even be from this world.
Ooh.
So spoopy.
Where did it come from? How did you get a hold of such a rare piece?
Well, that is a story fraught with terror and mystery, which I can't repeat here.
But this is the night for it.
Yard sale, gotcha.
Well, I will remind you that there's a line. I don't have all night, but needless to say, I bought it from a very strange pony who seemed very keen to get rid of it. I never heard from him again.
Ooh.
Nice spooky stories. Perfect time for it.
I think it looks Egyptian, but I haven't been able to precisely date when it is. Perhaps it's one of their ancient leaders.
Well, maybe you can date it some other time. Not sure how receptive she is right now. Ow!
Oh!
Wow!
Where's that cat? Sleep.
So is this thing behind ropes or anything? Can I reach out and touch it?
You could if you wanted to.
Yeah. What's it feel like? Is it cold, warm, rocky, smooth?
That's the odd thing. As you kind of reach out and kind of prod the paw, it's definitely stone, but as you feel it, it feels like vaguely warm almost.
How much are pictures
toasty.
with it?
He looks at it and looks like, madam, I might recommend not, as you reach out to touch it. He gets rather antsy. As you do, though, you look back over it and suddenly there's something very different about it. The face is suddenly gone, and in its place is just an empty void which you can see stars through, like the night sky.
I was gonna take a picture of this, but I don't know if I want to now.
And all in the same moment, like the sound around you seems to deaden and time slows down.
Sandy, let's leave. Sandy, let's leave. Sandy, let's
Yeah,
leave.
this is creepy.
Give me your horseshoe. I want to throw it into the void.
God.
Okay.
Gonna toss a horseshoe into the void.
Like even as you attempt it, time around you slows down, and it seems like the void extends out from the former face of the statue and envelops you all in an instant. The last thing you hear is the panicked the panicked whinnies and screams of the other patrons at the exhibit, including the owner, who sounds rather distressed as his voice echoes off into nothing.
Bless these cursed costumes you found us.
Well, maybe we'll end up in the Mushroom Kingdom.
But everything winks out for a second, and then just as quickly as you disappear, all in a second, suddenly you find yourself back in consciousness, and you feel yourself hurtled through the cold air and down onto the hard stone floor immediately. You know, all three of you go tumbling to the floor.
Sandy, if I open my eyes and we're in a place where the walls are made of meat, I'm going to be upset.
You again.
That only happened once.
It only happened once. I didn't like it.
So you stumble around and it's something and nearly hit your heads and you're momentarily disoriented. But you can immediately feel it's kind of cold outside and you hear some strange noises off the distance, and it takes you a second before you can kind of get your bearings, but something doesn't feel quite right about where you are. Like something, it's a little higher off the ground, and you kind of gaze around, and you're outside some sort of building, and it looks very strange. And as you look around, you see the horrifying reality of what's happened. And this is when I have my little art interjection.
Oh Lord, are we Equestria girls now?
If just a blank wants to post it in the stream, I can. How do we want to do this?
Starry should be able, if they post it in the chat, Starry should be able to pull it up. If we're Equestria girls, this could be interesting.
He posted the link in there. It's not displaying as a link.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Can see the.
Oh no!
I haven't seen it yet. This is going to be terrifying.
Oh no!
See the horrifying truth.
This is fantastic.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my god.
Worms are eating my hoof.
Hold on.
Well,
Stuff. Is this an amnesia mod?
yes.
Oh no.
Oh man.
I'm waiting for. Oh no! Oh jeez! It's a thing. It's happening.
It's finally happening.
What are these things on my hooves? And what?
I always knew. Mother always said this would happen.
I have shoes. What are these?
Like that crazy green pony I always talked about. It's true.
What's with the... Our clothes are different. We're not in our costumes anymore. This is really weird.
I'm wearing long pants. You're really thugging there. Is that a Slayer t-shirt you got?
Oh man,
I look down and the shirt reads "jerk."
Equestria girls.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you look around and you're on some sort of strange street corner in the middle of a city. Oh, that's bad.
So, well, in this case,
well,
I'm so glad I didn't put my tongue on it.
I proceed walking on 4 legs.
I do likewise, because that's only natural.
this is really hard on my back. What's the deal, guys? I mean, we look different, but I can't walk normally, and these weird things are on my forelegs, and dang it, Pixel!
I'm sorry.
Where's your horn?
Oh my god! Oh my Celestia!
This is really...
Chef, it's what you've always wanted.
Okay.
They're normals now.
Hush.
Now unicorns are normals now.
Mother always said this would happen to my horn if I touched it too much.
What?
see, I made that joke earlier, but more obliquely.
Well, so, it's bad enough that we're not ponies anymore. I don't know what we are, but now we're not anywhere near Ponyville, and who's going to host the party at the restaurant?
Oh,
I
man.
mean,
How
Starry's
can you
going to
think of
kill
business
us.
at a time like this?
I'm trying to figure out what the heck I am.
Oh, man.
Is there anyone else around us?
Not immediately. I think you kind of glance and are like, okay, it does look vaguely similar. I mean, you're in some sort of city.
Was that, looking at the picture, was that like a rundown movie theater behind us? Okay, so I would likely assume that there would be a poster there, likely assume that the poster would have one of these flesh beasts standing up, and would learn that it's probably easier to walk standing up.
Like,
oh,
you see it like, oh.
Hey guys, check this out.
That or just they just talked about the humans like your early TNG Ferengi or something.
I guess we can try that. I mean, that's really weird. I mean, I've seen some of the ponies try to do that back home, but they never really succeed. And, you know, that one mint one, she's kind of weird.
Here, Sandy, I'll help you out. Grab a hold of my weird five-fangly thing.
Your hand, your hoof.
I believe that crazy green pony called these hands.
Yeah, well, I don't know what she's been on, but I'm gonna say that maybe Bon Bon isn't just making candy. She likes to cook. Just saying. All right, let's try this. I'm pretty sure we can do this.
Didn't know Bon Bon was Walter White. All right.
I was gonna say if her next voice was Bryan Cranston, that would be pretty awesome. I sound like this now. Whoa. But yes, you finally you hobble shakily to what you can only assume are some sort of like double efficient feat because you only need 2 of them.
Double efficient.
Yeah,
The efficiency has been doubled.
Engineer Luna, I like it. But yeah, you look around it. This does look like a city movie theater that some of you definitely have been to before. But it's like but they got like tall vertical doors rather than those weird like double ones that horses use to mock themselves. And but it looks abandoned. There's no lights on. It's boarded up. The old like poster like some of them are broken, and there's like the posters look weathered and old.
And opposed to the actual show, there is no there's nothing apparent that we came out of.
You are standing like the 3 of you did kind of tumble out in a direction, and you can kind of turn behind you, and there's one poster in particular that you look up, and it's tumble out in a direction. Oh Jesus!
Yeah, there we go.
So we got some echo there. You can see it in the picture. It's the one on the far right, but you look up and you can you can oddly enough read. You feel like for some reason you can read whatever this strange creature language is.
Strange creature language.
But it is. It says mummy on it. Apparently starring some sort of Boris Karloff.
Hey, Pixel, I think this is the thing we came from. Touch it again. Come touch it.
Okay.
Touch it.
Touch.
Tap. And like,
It's so weird. There's
nothing happens, unfortunately.
Sandy has changed his picture.
I can feel 5 things at the same time.
He's changed the Skype picture to his face.
You have to look closely, but AC is wearing a Magneto shirt, and
Nice.
And Chef's got his cactus shirt, and Pixel, yours is you've got, I think she's got Pixel's cutie mark on it. It's like it's on our chest now on this strange human tabard thing they wear.
Is Pixel still required by Equestria Girls law to wear a skirt regardless? Because even Rainbow Dash had to wear one for some reason.
That's why she does have the giant boots. Which
I noticed that, yes. Very good.
Oh, man. So, yes.
Is her body 50% legs? And
all of you are.
Just simply, there's necks and then legs. There's no actual bodies.
It's like those kids' drawings where it's just a head with arms and legs.
It's pretty much.
Pretty close to that. With your weird big heads. But you're on like a street corner, and you realize that it's like a single block area, and there's kind of a plaza in front of it, and there's some buildings. The statue in the center of the plaza is a big. Looks like a big bronze horse statue, but it looks at the city at night, and you can see there's other to your slight alarm. There are other strange. Like these flesh beasts walking around. You just appear to be in kind of like a secluded area, so you're out of sight for the moment.
Well, at least we don't look too out of place here. I mean, they have. I feel my face with my weird foreleg, and I'm like, it's still kind of fuzzy. So it's not like our coats are completely changed, and everybody has their weird coat colors, but I don't.
My ears are tiny.
Yeah.
Sandy, it's happening again. It's happening again. Why?
Oh, what a
Maybe
world.
this is just part of the exhibit. Maybe there's a kind of like
Sure! Everyone was screaming! That was part of the exhibit!
yeah, it's like one of those illusions or it's something, right? That's conceivable.
Okay, then if it's an illusion, de-illusion it with your friggin' magic.
I don't have a horn.
I know!
Actually, you do like
I feel so naked, except I have clothes on all over my body. It's so strange.
you do feel
It's like
odd.
the
though,
complete
like,
opposite of normal.
There's nothing. You try. You do the kind of mental
Filthy.
cues.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, probably my screaming did cause some people to start staring at me.
Yeah. Pixel, it does feel really, really strange because suddenly it's like the little mental cues you would do to cast magic, just nothing happens.
Meanwhile, Sandy and I are normal.
Yes.
Even you guys feel like everything is just out of place. You don't feel that you don't feel that kind of like oneness with the earth that you normally do.
Quickly, everyone break out in a song.
It's like, why am I wearing these weird? These are why am I wearing shoes? I have perfectly good hooves.
Oh God!
I take off my boot and realize I just have a ball joint at the end.
Oh God! All right, well, this is weird. Let's just strip naked and keep going. Oh God, Roger.
That's much more comfortable.
No, don't worry.
I don't think I'll do that. I mean, because all the other creatures here are wearing clothes, so
Oh, okay.
you know,
It's also very
let's try
cold
to blend
outside.
in. But
Okay.
it's I take. What the heck are these? Where are my hooves? There's like 5 of them, and there's like little mini hooves on the. Oh man, this is gonna be one of those days.
Doesn't Twilight's little dragon guy have like hands and feet and stuff? Maybe we're dragons.
Yeah, but we're some sort of horrifying dragon pony hybrids.
Actually,
Well, where's our tails? My tail's gone. Your tail's gone.
because this is a fun little one. All of you roll smarts.
Oh boy, I need to actually have my character sheet somewhere. Let's see.
I've got your digital one here.
Yep.
All right, quick refresher. How do I roll smart?
use it.
Okay, so we're gonna just real quick review for people listening.
Yeah.
So I'm asking them to roll one of their traits, and in this case, it's their smarts attribute, which is represents how smart they are. And the way the roll works is you roll your stats in this game are represented by different sizes of dice. So like D4 the smallest, D12 for the biggest, and you're gonna roll that, and then there's a target number for this that they have to roll equal to or above. But since you guys are player characters and you're called what are called wild cards, you also roll a d6, and it's called your wild die. So you're rolling 2 dice, and whichever gives you a higher result,
Cool.
you get that one.
All right, I got a 2. Chef, do I still have my cutie mark? Is it there? Look.
All right, what was mine?
You have a d10.
D10. All right.
I don't see a cutie mark. No.
All right, and then a D6 on top of that. I really want a 10 on this. That way I could go like, actually.
Professor Cider, what do you have?
5 and 5.
Okay. And Chef, what did you get?
I got a 3 and a 2.
Okay. So
I am befuddled.
I got a 1 and a 2, so you're doing better than I am.
she's trying to figure out why her cutie mark's on her shirt and not elsewhere.
She's actually spinning around trying to see if it's still on her butt.
Exactly.
It follows me wherever I go. AC, like you rolled the basic target number of 4, and that was what I was that was the target for this. You don't remember exactly, but you've probably been to the Canterlot Menagerie at some point. They have their own little zoo for whatever purpose.
Because I am a secret agent as well. So.
Yeah, you were made a secret agent. You stopped the Germans and then helped the Germans later.
I'm just good like that. I can stop them and then assist them.
But you remember from the Royal Menagerie. This gives you the heebie-jeebies. But you remember they did have an animal there called a monkey.
Oh god.
And it looked kind of similar. It was like a little howler monkey, so it was hairier and uglier. Well, actually, I wouldn't go that far. But you seem to see like these things might be some sort of simian creature.
All right. Hold on, guys. All right. So let's see. 5 fingers. The thing. No tail. Not as hairy. Well, still hairy. Ooh, yeah, still hairy. But
we are ramping up the repulsion.
I believe we're apes of some form. That is my belief.
This
sucks.
I'll like this. Let's go home,
dude.
Come on, guys.
Look, maybe if we just find whatever the equivalent is of that weirdo statue in this world, and if I touch it again, maybe everything goes back to normal.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Let's do that. Let's start asking people where a weird thing that looks like a pony mixed with a thing and something.
Except to here, would it be an ape mixed with a gefilte fish or something? I don't know. What?
It's going to be an ape on It's going to be an ape head on Abraham Lincoln's body.
Oh man. This is really getting weird.
You guys are going to go out there on the beach and there's going to be there's going to be a half-submerged, pony statue.
You did it! You blew it up!
Oh, man.
Well, let's think about this logically, right? Okay.
Oh, boy.
So here we are.
We're doomed.
And we are a corollary of who we are in the other world. Hence, maybe there is also a Nightmare Nights festival here, and maybe there is a similar tent and a similar statue, and it all is kind of mirrored.
That's actually really smart.
Thank you.
Let's follow her idea. Let's find. If this is like the alternate world of Ponyville, this certainly doesn't look anything like Ponyville.
No, you are right about that.
It's like we're in Manhattan, except it's dirtier.
I don't think there's such thing.
The only answer is the wind. I think it's like early evening, so it's not super dark yet, and there's street lamps that keep things illuminated. But you're currently the area you're in. I think I said is it's like a two parallel streets crossing each other. So it's like a little block with a plaza in the center. It looks like the center of the plaza is lawns and some little flower stuff, and there's a big bronze horse statue in the center of it. And there's various, they look like stores and other strange places.
Maybe one of us should. Maybe one of us should ask one of the biped horror mutants over there where we are.
Greetings, horrible biped mutant. I wish to acquire information of your world.
Greetings, fellow horror.
Greetings, flesh beast.
I think you should do it. You've apparently got this down.
Greetings, flesh beast. All right, why not?
So you guys, I imagine you guys walking along and making little scared whimpering noises. It's like the Simpsons episode where he gets sucked into the 3D world and then he's in the real world at the end. It's like this is I'm so bulgy.
All right, well let's go ahead. So we're checking to see if there is actually a Nightmare Nights equivalent in this world.
You've more or less hit the nail on the head. You seem to be walking along and there's more of these. And there's some larger ones, and they were dressed normally, but then there's some smaller ones, and they're dressed up in various big rubber masks, and they're carrying bags of candy.
So I guess those are the falls.
Or deformed bakers.
Oh, I don't know.
all three of you are kind of like walking and like hobbling along.
You know, I really
there's xenomorphs. Look out!
Boy, sure is nice to be ambulatory on 2 legs instead of 4, because that'd be weird.
I'm glad our other 2 legs evolved away.
They were rather useless anyway, keeping me stable and allowing me to walk.
grasping things is so much easier. I don't have to use my mouth now.
Look, I can eat meat. Meat.
And really, oh god. Makes me think, like, I like the. I'm imagining this is like Applejack in the micro comic about her. She's doing the Sasquatch imitation. Like, Bork. Like, moss is comfortable and delicious. Now I'm getting it. Oh man. So yeah, so you're walking along. Like the other strange bipedal beings don't seem to think that you look particularly out of the ordinary. Other than you probably look drunk because you're like kind of wobbling along.
Maybe, depending on how things are, perhaps true.
Or you will be very soon.
Oh boy, yes.
But so you wanted to try to like stop one of them and ask?
Sure. Let's stop one of them, ask, go. Oh, hi there. I was just wondering, we're kind of new in town, and I was just wondering, is there like any big event? Have you seen like any cool, new, weird place? Maybe a weird statue of a thing that looks like a thing mixed with the other thing?
You run into... That's a good description. Like I see. Things fitting other things is ridiculous, but things mixing other things, that's totally fine.
Oh man.
You stop one of them and he kind of looks like they respond in the same strange language.
Oh god.
Yeah, they well, it's Halloween right now. Like there's
Halloween.
Halloween.
Halloween. Halloween.
He looks at you like your eyes just rolled out of your sockets.
Ooh. Halloween, yeah, I love Halloween.
He's like,
It's my favorite ape holiday.
I like, you know what, I like...
My favorite among the many ape holidays.
There's an ape holiday I like. It's Halloween.
Okay.
I like to call it Nightmare Nights, but let's just call it Halloween.
My mouth is weird.
I'm
just gonna try not to talk too much.
You're having to do the weird like lip exercise Pinky does.
Yeah.
You look like, so you're new in town. You look like you're from the school.
Oh,
They're having, they're all having their big dance tonight.
transfer students things. School. Yeah, school.
Yes.
Yeah, school. Yeah, totally.
Ape school, right?
The ape school. Yeah, that's totally where actually, sure, yeah, that sounds like something. So I will admit, we somehow got a little lost. Could you just point with the small hoof pointer thing you have towards the location of that?
He's giving you this face.
Finger, that's right, finger,
yeah.
I think he's quickly thinking that you really are drunk. Oh, like
underage drinking, calling the cops. Gotcha.
I am a legal adult.
Somehow in school.
I think so.
He goes, well, the school's over that way. He kind of like. Across the street there's like a big series of buildings.
And I mimic just to be like, this is the right way, don't do it that way. Alright, that's the right pointer. Don't start pointing with the middle finger. It's that way. Hand signals are important in foreign countries.
Greeting, fellow ape man. Pull my finger. Okay, well, you kids stay safe and make sure to drink plenty of water. He looks like he's herding a bunch of fools with him too, who are bouncing around and like cramming chocolate in their mouths.
Your small apes are adorable.
But he kind of like shuffles his kids along and keeps going.
Let me tell you an important lesson about not doing drugs.
See, kids, that's what happens.
So, we're from the school, apparently.
Maybe, I don't know. We're looking for something weird, I guess, and I guess that's the
we'll find the one
thing.
weird
Something
thing.
tells me that's us.
Well, let's go shuffle this way. So
Lurching awkwardly towards the school.
So now that you do see it from this point of view, because you walk down the block a little bit, you can see it does look like there's a couple buildings and there's a sign outside that says Equestrian High School, which seems like a rather tasteless joke given your current situation. But yeah, this
world is weird.
There seems to be some sort of odd horse fixation no matter where you look. They've got like these things. There's horse statues and there's like lucky horseshoes on doors and all sorts of weird stuff.
Do you guys realize what this means? We're gods here.
Greetings, meat beasts.
Ignore us!
We simply wish to return to our homeland.
You're the kind of person who walks up and whispers like, "You may not know this, but I'm actually a horse."
Oh God, he's a furry.
What?
But yeah, so you can kind of get your bearing, and just from the looks of it, it looks like there's activity kind of at the school. There's some strange flesh beasts in the big plaza, and they're walking around. It looks like there's little like shops and restaurants, and they're handing out candy to the little flesh beast spawn. So it's like early evening, so the sky is darkening. It looks like it'll be sundown momentarily.
I attempt to acquire some of this otherworld candy to inoculate myself amongst their people. It is important.
Yeah.
It is important to get the local culture inside of you as soon as possible, so that way you're immunized in case of otherworldly plagues.
Are you sure you want to do that? I mean, for all we know, their digestive systems aren't even compatible with ours. This entire world could be based on eating, like, animal flesh or something.
Listen, I'm sciencing, woman.
says the pony from the Matriarchal Society.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm sorry.
You're adapting very well to society.
I like the Flight of the Conchords thing. It's like, was this? That sounds sexist, but you lovely bitches and hoes should know I'm trying to correct this. Yeah. So you like as Pixel and Chef kind of watch in like kind of terrified fascination. You hobble over to one of the nearby shops, and it appears to be some sort of like bakery.
Ooh.
And you look in, and you walk up, and there's one of the strange flesh beasts who appears to be female in an apron and has a little name tag. It has a bowl of candy near the door, and she kind of eyes you strangely as you walk up.
Oh, afternoon. I was just a little bit peckish, and I understand that the candy is for the little ones in costumes, but I just wish to acquire perhaps 1 to 3 pieces.
More than 1, but less than 3 pieces.
1 to 3. 3 being optimal, 1 being acceptable.
Where's your costume?
Oh, I'm a famous, person. Star.
It's like, well, if you're out here, you probably don't have a date, so you probably need this. And she hands you a handful of strange human candies.
Great, thank you very much. I shall take these and use them well. So long.
I'm Billy Bob Thornton.
I'm Phil up. Fill up. See who gets that reference.
Nope.
Muppets Take Manhattan!
I like the idea that you guys are going to go back eventually. You get back and you form some sort of strange, like, human cargo cult. But yes, so now it's AC. You have a bunch of strange. They look like candies you find back at home.
All right. I traded the pieces amongst us. Keep the rest for supplies in case we need to fend them off.
And throw these and run the other way.
But we each acquire one so that we can acclimate ourselves to this world.
Mother says I've been chunking up lately. I really shouldn't, but when in ape hell, do like the ape hellions. I eat it.
It's some sort of like nasty chocolatey thing.
Oh man, is it the ones in the black and orange candy?
Oh,
those are
The peanut butter, they're great.
They're
they're not
food.
the best, but they're not awful.
This is hell food.
So you sit there and like try to gum the candy, and then kind of like, we have teeth in the middle of our mouth.
And we just don't know that we picked the worst because like the rest are like full candy bars.
Oh yeah, she gave you like stale Tootsie Rolls.
Oh.
It's always the one that's like, if you eat that like 3 weeks after Halloween, you're like, fine. I'm like, oh god,
Just gonna gum this for a few hours.
yeah.
Man,
what is it?
this candy lasts a long time. Oh, you're stuck in my teeth. Oh, gross. Hey, at least I can pick it out of my teeth easier. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, usually we have to go to that unicorn dentist lady, and she loves doing that.
Well, she always does remind us to brush our teeth.
Or else.
Sometimes shows up at our bed at the place. You brush your
Brush
teeth.
your teeth, Sandy.
That would be fun. I like
You
that.
have 6 new voicemails.
I like the idea of Colgate as like this creepy like self-imposed tooth fairy. I'm sure there's a fanfic about it.
I'm sure there is.
But you guys, the three of you are sitting there like eating this strange candy. But as you're kind of standing there awkwardly on the corner, and still trying not to fall over, one of you hears a.
Meh.
Over here.
Over where?
You guys calling this around. There's one of the it appears to be one of the humans is waiting in like the little like alleyway between the buildings, and you see a hand kind of like hand. You see one of these things kind of giving you like a
wave.
Get over. Like this, it's like a woman's voice, and you hear like a kind of like, get over here.
Oh, hey guys, we should get over there.
Oh, okay, that seems safe.
Yeah,
Sure.
into this dark alleyway with a mysterious hand.
You two, the three,
I'm wearing a
Maybe
lot
they
of
have more
body
candy.
armor. I have every weapon right now.
I must warn you, I'm an expert in horse kata. The three of you kind of like awkwardly shuffle over to the alleyway and into the dark. And as you walk up, there's music that's a little bit dramatic, and then suddenly this light turns on, and it looks like one of the it's a woman the same age as you, or age as whatever these strange bodies are. And she's holding a flash under her face.
Ah!
Yeah.
Hi, lady.
She's like, kind of looks at the three of you like, how did you? Like, the three of you are like, how did you get here?
She did it.
I touched a statue of a thing that was other things, and then there was the void, and then we were here.
As you're talking, she in front of the shadow, she pulls out an umbrella and she's like pointing at you and holding it in front of you like it's a Geiger counter. Like not threatening, but like she's trying to like scan you with it or something. Like it's a radar gun.
I'm not making it rain right now, so.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your customs, and I don't have an umbrella.
Yeah. She's like, oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad.
I don't want it to be really bad. How do we make it much better?
So, like, Well, you shouldn't be here for one.
Yes, true. Let's fix that.
We established that.
Did the princess send you? I'm supposed to be the only way. I'm the only one deployed here right now.
No. No.
Like, okay,
You know the princesses? Yeah, we're kind of cool with them too. By the way. Hi.
like,
I'm Apple Cider. How nice to meet you.
She like she steps back and kind of back into the lights. There's some lights. Like, okay, I think the description of her. She's about your age. She looks like another like weird horse teenager, but she's wearing she's wearing like gigantic oversized glasses. They're not like giant the giant oversized shades, but like they're obviously like way too big. She's got her hair done up in like the ponytail that's like to the side, like just the one. Yeah, it's like off to the side for some reason. And she's wearing a scarf, a massive oversized like lime green raincoat over like athletic shorts.
I cannot imagine why the princesses decided to put her here.
And this thing, she's wearing this like massive like kind of rustling lime green like raincoat over athletic shorts and like Birkenstocks with black socks.
I can't imagine why she sent them here. She's clashing with everything we have.
She looks at you like your disguises aren't bad. I've been trying to lay low, but sometimes, you know, sometimes I think they're catching on to me. She extends her weird flesh mitt towards you, like Agent Gleamsong.
Agent Apple Cider, I guess. Sure.
Agent Sandy.
Pixelkitties?
She's like, wait a minute, like you're not. Are you here from the Special Affairs Division?
We're here on a complete accident, it appears.
And she's like, oh no.
Yes, yes, we're here. We're here to investigate. Fill us in.
This is, as I said, this is really bad. There's another. Where did you come through?
Over there, the place with the they had the mummy thing.
She looks.
It was like a theater of some kind.
Right, and she quickly like goes darting off towards it, like motions you to follow her.
Well, all right.
The three of you kind of like reconnoiter back in front of the movie theater, and she's sitting there like looking at the movie poster. You said you came through here?
Yeah, seems like it.
There must be another portal here. All right. Well, I should probably explain things, but I'm with the Special Affairs Division. It's a special. We're part of the specially trained Amalthean Division.
What?
We are sent here specifically to monitor this human world, as we call it.
Human. Okay. Guys, don't use 8 beasts anymore. Use human.
Human.
It's difficult to explain without getting into a lot of theory, but it's sort of it's some sort of parallel world that's entangled with Equestria.
Okay, well, how do we get back? Because I've got some stuff going on. It's Nightmare Night. We're missing it out back home.
Well, that's the trick.
Uh-oh.
Like, we've spent the past as long as we've been around, we've spent this time trying to track down every portal and make sure we have only one that heads straight back to the to Canterlot, where we can keep track of it. The problem is being entangled in Equestria means this is a perfect stepping stone into our world from other ones.
That seems bad.
Exactly, and that's why we have to keep this thing on lockdown. She like just points at you with the umbrella, which has like a big metal point in it. Sorry. She's got like an umbrella, and it's like one of the little like U-shaped handle, and it's rainbow patterned, and the handle is shaped like a horse's head. Mm-hmm. So it's like this weird kind of rainbow ivory horse umbrella. And she starts waving it in front of the poster like she's again like it's a dowsing rod or something.
Well, you're in luck. We are actual ponies from Equestria, so you don't have to worry about us showing up and taking over. We just want to go home.
Understandably, but it's not that simple. The gate you can't pass through might be temporary. It might have been open just for that period that you when you activated it somehow. But
Yeah.
Well, are there any others that are open, maybe?
Yeah, how do you get back and forth? You said you're stationed here. I'm assuming your shift ends at some point, right?
yes, we open. The portal opens every 30 moons.
That's a long time!
Indeed, it's roughly 900 days.
That's like that's like a 2.5 years.
I've only been deployed here for a month, so the next we keep the portal opens at very regular intervals, and only then, and only with the proper magical activation to keep outsiders from slipping in.
Wait, so we're here for 2.5 years?
Unless we can find a way back.
No.
And she points at the movie poster. Unless we can find a way back through this.
Okay, all right. Listen, this being a human thing is really cool and all, but I think we really should get back. I mean, not only is it like my favorite night of the year, I guess here it's Halloween, but we have like businesses and we've got some stuff. So I was okay. So you tell us what we need to do to get out of here safely.
I'm afraid to disappoint you, but the trick is, I know as much about getting back through this portal as you do.
All right.
She thinks she's alright, and she's like sitting there, like, you can't stay. And obviously we can't have you here. You're a possible security risk. The Amalthians we are specially trained to deal with this strange human world.
Oh no, Sunlight Octafim and Flam are moving into our place as we speak.
Yeah,
Not if I can help it.
it goes back and she's engaged. She's trying to throwing stuff at them from the roof.
Over my dead body.
Brother of mine, I feel as if my competition has left the city.
We just want to use your bathroom.
Please ignore all the suitcases we've brought along.
But she's thinking about it like, okay, we're especially trained to stay in this human world and be as inconspicuous as possible while trying to gather as much information as possible. You see, it's not quite like the real world. You see this, and she points out, this square is all there is to it.
So this area?
Yes, it's some sort of dream world. It is consciously affected by our thoughts back in Equestria.
So we just have to make people believe in us?
No, unfortunately, you can only enter and leave it physically, but it means but by your presence here, it means you'll have to leave physically just as you left, unless you wish to go on to some other world.
No, one world a day is my limit.
She's like deep in thought, like, this place is strange. No one knows where it came from or what its purpose is, and it's generally considered a complete nuisance. But it's a definite security risk for all of Equestria.
It's considered a nuisance, especially to people who only wanted to get a movie. It's considered a nuisance and will no longer be referenced after this game.
It's top secret. We try to keep the general populace of Bronyville not aware of it.
Everyone look out. You might get into relationships during the time that we're here that will totally be discarded when we go home.
We keep ending up getting these isolated places and in the middle of nowhere, and now we're in this parallel dimension. I mean, jeez.
All right.
She looks
what did we do in an earlier life? I don't get it.
She nods like sympathetically, like, I don't know what we did to deserve it either, but we're just going to have to get through it.
Okay. All right. So let's see. So we're here. We're dealing with some sort of wibbly wobbly, spacey wacy thing.
Dimensiony wensiony.
Yeah. And I suppose if there's a place that has energy?
That's the thing. The inhabitants of this dimension don't appear to be aware of the nature of it itself. they awake and they claim to have homes, but just disappear off into space, and it seems to reset itself every day. It doesn't. As I said, it's some sort of dream world, and we're trying to figure out all the extent of it. I've been going to their high school, and to see how much I can learn.
I love the idea that this is just a perpetual Groundhog Day school.
It is.
I'm going to graduate someday.
It's always the week before the prom. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it's been rather tricky so far. But that's what I'm here. That's what I'm here for, and I have the special training.
Well, look, in order to get here, I, to be precise, touched a statue of some kind in a menagerie. Is it possible there's a similar thing here that we touch it again and it just whisks us back to where we came from?
It's like statue, like that is actually entirely possible. There's every gateway usually has a parallel representation back in our world. What did the statue look like?
Well, it sort of looked like a pony, but it was kind of combined with another animal.
Like a griffin or a...
Yeah.
Or a... And it had like a really... it was wearing like a hat. Like a long kind of like whoosh hat, and it was kind of stripy, and...
She's like...
And it was in a Nightmare Nights display of all kinds of strange and mysterious objects.
The bottom looked like a kitty cat.
She's like... She's judging her. She like reaches in and she looks like this some sort of weird like high school girl hobo. She's got like a million things crammed into all the various pockets in her jacket. And she reaches and stuff falling out. And she pulls out like a ring of piece of paper. Did it look like this? And she pulls out like a pamphlet. And it's like you look at it, but like it says Equestria Museum like Egyptian exhibit. And sure enough, on the front there's a statue that looks a lot like it as part of a collection of other artifacts. Does it look like this? Yeah.
Pixel, did you touched it? Does it look like that?
Yeah, it looks pretty similar actually. Yeah.
Okay, simple. All right, we know where to do. All right, let's go to the museum. Thanks, everyone.
The fact that this particular there's what is supposed to be a temporary museum exhibit for Egypt, but of course it's always there because this world repeats itself. I wonder why this has suddenly been linked to an outside portal. This either means that somehow you managed to open the portal yourselves, or this world is currently close enough to another one that something else is trying to step in.
You know what? Interesting thing. When we went to the place that the thing was with all the creepy stuff, the guy there was all like, hey, the person who had this tried to get rid of it real quick. Like they didn't want it.
She's like, this could be very bad. This might mean someone or something is trying to get in here, right now, so they can leapfrog into Equestria.
Ooh.
This gate may have been temporary. They might be somewhere else around here. Keep your eyes out for anything that looks suspicious.
These are still called eyes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I gotta tell you, everything looks suspect to me right now.
Well, then she's like,
why are these horseshoes so big?
Why do they go all the way up my legs?
Like, that is a good question. I mean, I've seen something similar to like Verity's Boutique, and she.
But it was made out of.
Well, I shouldn't say too much.
Why do you spend so much time at Rarity's Boutique?
He just wants to be pretty.
I want to dress up for you, says Poseidon.
Sometimes I want to look pretty.
Yeah. You hating, man.
I'd never hate.
The only thing we have is this. She has the umbrella. This is an artifact that was given to Amalthean agents by the princess herself. It helps me detect magic. The reason I knew to look for you was I felt there was a large surge of energy when you looks like when you arrived. It means if whatever it is going to be coming in from the outside, I will be able to feel when and where it is.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Well, like the museum is still going to be open, and we can go check it out and see if we can find anything else out.
Okay, I mean that sounds totally cool. Let's do this.
Let's try to trot, walk, hobble, lurch.
Yeah.
I shall gallop.
Yes.
Try it.
Gallop here, right?
Sandy just randomly burping.
I hiccuped.
Oh,
Gas is escaping.
Man, what was in that candy? I don't think it's agreeing with me.
You just swallowed a whole thing of Pop Rocks.
Quick, nobody give me any pop.
Pop.
She's like, all right, but just try to keep a low profile as much as possible. She's like, I've had to spend years training to be able to blend in like this. Points to her like ridiculous outfit. Like, all right, I'm gonna lead the way. And with that, like, do a short break real quick.
Okay.
So
Break time.
back in about
Yay.
5 minutes.
Everyone refill your cups.
That's it.
You shall be here. How dark is it? It feels like the room has gotten darker. I may need to turn on.
Bad on camera.
Not that bad? Okay. Let me double check. I'll turn on this light real quick and see how that how this looks. Wow. Ugh. Hey guys.
Off to a very silly start.
Wah. You think? I think this is a silly start. Had to come up with the stoplights on it quick, but that Wario and Waluigi one. That's pretty good. Just several minutes of. So Pixel, you said that you were. I noticed that from your statement, you were drinking some stuff earlier.
I was, yes. I got. We're in the new house, and so we are having Jeff's parents, who are the home brewers, over for Thanksgiving this year, and we've been stocking up on the good beer, obviously, because we all share that as an interest. And I've been breaking into the Old Rasputin Imperial Russian Ale, or stout, actually, and it's very, very good.
Awesome. Starry and I we found out that nearby us is a brewery company called Drake's Brewing Company.
I saw on Twitter. You guys went there last night?
Yeah, we tried it out because it's literally like 10 minutes from our house. So we just were like, we need to go up here. We need to check it out. I actually have a 6-pack in the fridge. We were able to get a full 6-pack of their great beers for like $8. That was pretty fantastic. Yeah, without any additional markup or anything.
That's awesome.
But they had like standard, some standard, your IPAs, your blondes, their seasonals. But they also had a whole bunch of their like barrel aged bourbon specialty.
Oh, see,
stuff.
that's the best. Yes.
Pixel, are you coming over here for BabsCon?
I am. Yes.
Oh, if you
Sweet.
are, spend some time with us. We'll take you over there, and we will have a blast.
Where and when is
Sounds
that?
fantastic. I was drooling over the pictures you were posting. So.
I will. If you've got a little bit extra time to come over here, I'll totally take you. It's on the opposite side of the bay. It's in Burlingame.
Oh, when is it?
April.
Oh man, I'll be in
as
town.
long as you can play like tour guide and get us there, I would love to go.
Well, see, this is something I thought about earlier because if Pixel's going to be there, and I'm going to be there, and Sandy's going to be there, and
I'm gonna
you
be there.
are going to be there.
Oh yeah,
Oh wow!
What about a live tabletop session there?
sure.
I would love to do that.
That way we
Holy
could
cow.
actually have us all in the room and be able to tabletop right then and there and have a crowd and record it and everything.
Oh yeah, no problem.
That'd be great.
Yes, this should happen.
It'll be fantastic. We can do it late night and have it be a silly drinky session.
Fuck it, do it live.
Now the thing is, are we going to get them to give us a panel to do it?
Sure. Let's get
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Late night panel session, start at 8, end at midnight, drinks all around.
Oh yeah.
This is like the best thing ever.
Yes,
I am very excited about this.
Roger's so excited now.
This is
Best plan.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to tweet at BabsCon and be like, yo, BabsCon, can we get a panel?
For tabletop.
They actually haven't announced I'm going to be there yet, so I don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not.
Oh, okay.
Spoilers! Spoilers.
They're very particular about their announcements. That's for sure.
Yes, they
That's
told
weird.
me not to like talk about on DA and Twitter and all the social network kind of things. So.
Well, there's only 30 people here that can only reach the rest of the internet.
Yeah, I think
only
that
30 people,
stream
and
is
then
okay.
like this will get, as long as it goes out in like a week or so, you're fine.
Yeah.
I'm not worried. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Actually, does BabsCon have a panel submission form? Volunteer, guests, events, registration. No, we still at least don't have one.
They probably don't. I could simply just harass Sonya and she'll.
Yeah, well, I have her on Twitter too, but you should, or on Tumblr,
do you
Twitter. God, I
harass
can't get my
Skype?
social network, Skype, straight.
Do you harass women often, AC?
What was that?
Do you harass women often, AC?
I tend not to. Starry gets rather upset, but
I should hope so.
you, what are you doing?
Yeah, I've got a horse show.
Hey, you should come on to my horse show.
Oh, that's terrible.
Why'd you block me?
Oh, man.
And that's why Amy Keating Rogers won't talk to me anymore. No. No.
Tangentially, I remember I saw one of possibly my favorite like tweet and one-liner of all time recently, and it was I think it was on Twitter, and it was just it was pickup artists and garbage men should switch titles. Love it.
I wish there was some way we could get like one of the guests. Like I would absolutely deny. I knew that the VAs wouldn't be able to do anything because that would just be insanity.
Yeah.
But any of like the other side guests could be really fun. We just have to see. Yeah, need to figure it out.
Keep me informed, like because it's like tabletop beer. I'm not seeing the downside of this right now.
Crap! Let's get M.A. Larson.
Oh my god.
He would totally do it
Let's
too.
find out if M.A. Larson likes to drink and play tabletop. Oh God!
If you can work whatever strange wizardry that you do, and that happens,
Oh.
be more than happy to.
I'm going to roll to not give a crap. I have a feeling he's not the type to, but
Yeah.
it would be the most insane thing ever. M.A. Larson, would you play tabletop with us? We're cool guys.
They want to play horse with us.
By the way, we'll bring lots of beer. I'm in! Done!
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, why didn't you say so?
And make the end of that plot line that we all become alicorns for a while.
Oh my god, that'd be great.
And you become a princess, and you become a princess. Everybody's becoming princesses.
Just comes in with a Wario outfit and does that.
And with that, we're ready to be back on it.
Yeah, let me actually go grab a quick drink. I will be back in just a quick moment. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh man.
Would you like anything, Roger?
Yeah, I will
I'm
do
good
the
for now.
same because
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. BRB.
How y'all in the audience doing? There's a 3DS in my way. Yeah. It's time for another of Roger Marsh's fireside chats. I need to talk to you about the war effort. Sunlight Octave.
Service means citizenship.
Oh, hello, sweetie. Everyone say hi to my girlfriend.
Hi, Roger's girlfriend.
Roger has a girlfriend?
Yeah, I know. Like, whoever thought of such a thing? You ass.
What a jerk.
You know, somebody can say the same thing about you.
Yeah.
They can. They probably should.
Who has the grody beard right now? Oh, that's right.
It's a Riker beard. It's not grody.
When you said you were like, you got like a Riker, I'm like, you need to also do lots of leaning, and then you sit in a chair like a psychopath. Did you ever see that video? It's like,
No.
Someone made a compilation of like pointing out that Riker like sits down in chairs throughout the series like a crazy person. He like walks up behind the chair and then like straddles it and then gets like sits over the back of it. And it's a compilation of him doing it like 8 times. You're like, oh my god, I never noticed that.
I'm such a bad at. Well, yeah. One of the things I want to do is now that the next generation is coming out on Blu-ray, I kind of want to get it because everybody's saying that you start noticing a whole bunch of like really weird stuff that you never did before.
I can imagine, yeah.
Like supposedly Data is constantly pissed. Like he's actively believes that everyone is just saying the dumbest thing ever. Because it's just, you don't see it before. He just kind of looks kind of blank. But you start seeing kind of the facial expressions of him just being like, the shit did you just say?
I'm trying to imagine like the background is more in focus, so suddenly like Picard's doing something and there's just some ends in the background just smoking or something.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, just like, put it out on the console. He goes, boop, and presses it.
Oh shoot! Oh, by the way, for those in the chat, I'll put this up in the cam. There we go. Drake's Amber. That one. 5%, 28 IBUs.
There was a video I saw someone made where like it's like Data's at like the console in the back and Riker walks in like, Data, I need you to look at something for me, and like he sits down on the corner of the console and they added noises like he actually sat in a bunch of buttons. He's like, so he goes, and then it shows the Enterprise like flying around and like exploding.
God damn you, Riker! You butt dialed again.
You butt dialed main like the main propulsion. There's some good ones. If anyone's ever seen those the Star Trek edits that
oh god, the one that makes Will Wheaton be the only sane person.
Well, there's one it's Andrew Hussey of all people, like before he did Homestuck, made a series of TNG edits, and they're like utterly brilliant and amazing. And there's a couple like that, and it's funny because he made a whole bunch of them, and they actually have like this kind of vague continuity. Like
this is the one where like Data makes the painting that makes everyone ill, and then they have to fire the painting out,
and then they fire him. Like, is there any cure? It's like, no.
No.
Shoot him out and then fire photon torpedoes at him. I think my favorite one is still the one where like they cut parts of different episodes together. So like Picard walks on 10 forward and just starts singing, and then like the next and then Riker and Worf walk on 10 forward, and suddenly everyone's having this giant brawl. And they get back to the bridge later, and they like walk on the bridge, and Picard's like, "That was absolutely thrilling." Oh yeah, that was the one too, where like he's like, "Mr. LaForge, you can come to the bridge," and they show the cut, and like Geordi goes like flying out of the turbo lift.
That was the one I was about to say. And they're all just kind of sitting there, just going like.
And Picard's just kind of like sarcastic, "Welcome to the bridge, Mr. LaForge." And then like Riker goes to help him up, and he's like, "Captain, take a look at this." And they cut back, and the guy's in it, so like Riker is suddenly wearing Geordi's visor.
It's like, it's so mean.
Yeah, so I think they're like on YouTube. If anyone wants to look them up, you just search for like Andrew Hussey's like TNG edits or something.
I didn't know he was the one that did those.
I didn't either. Someone posted, and I looked at the YouTube, like the name of the channel. It was like Andrew Hussey. Like, oh my god, it blows my mind. Oh man. Yeah, I saved all of those on my computer because I never want those to be gone.
Captain, take a look at this.
Yeah, that's like the one where God, there's a couple good ones.
Those are good. Anyway, about ponies.
Yeah, are we all back in place?
I am back. I have myself a bottle of Shock Top Honeycrisp Apple Wheat.
Ooh.
Oh, very nice.
I just got like
it's only 5.2 ABV.
I just got a thing of the raspberry Shock Top last night. That's delicious.
I also have a couple of bottles of Fox Barrel pear it's Fox something pear cider that Spaz gave me back at Brony Fanfare, and I also inherited like a 16 pack of Shiner left over from the con.
Yeah, I have so much Shiner that I brought back.
There was a lot of Shiner at that con.
I'm running out of the Temptress, the Lakewood.
I know.
Oh my gosh! I would commit crimes for that beer. It is so
You guys
good.
and your fancy craft beers.
Well, there's a Brony in the Dallas area that works at a brewery.
Nice.
So he just came in and just
Gave us all this wonderful ambrosia.
Nice.
It's just gorgeous, gorgeous beer.
I think you people and your fancy craft beers. Like my favorite drink is like JMO straight out of the bottle.
Oh gosh.
That's fine if you want to be efficient.
If your point is to just get from point A to drunk and
Point A to point
as quickly
D.
as possible.
I mean, I don't have it with me, but at work I have a bottle of Shine. If you're interested,
It was something I picked up at literally at sea. So I was at sea for 2 weeks. At a certain point, you don't care anymore. Oh, and also, real quick, Sunlight Octave, you said you got a question for me or something. Just real quick, while we're on break, and it shouldn't be too much problem. This is meant to be a shorter game anyway. I restrained myself.
smart move.
The last ones ran kind of long, but there was a lot of chat and stuff. Oh well.
Well, it's fun to be silly.
Yeah, they'll get back to us. So if people have questions or something, we can field those as needed. Okay, so
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
well,
Oh my goodness.
well done.
I forgot. I'm on live microphone.
Wee.
Hey, beer does weird things to me. I have to really pace myself on it now.
Yeah, Sandy now has less of a belly. He's got less of a belly and less of himself.
The
Yes.
incredible shrinking Sandy.
Yep. 6 pounds to go till I hit 100 down.
Wow.
Very
That is
very
awesome.
impressive.
Yep.
There is a large child now missing. Actually, there's a young adult now missing from Sandy.
Pretty much.
A size 0, 20 something. Yes.
You don't have like a tiny man coming out of the side of your chest like in Total Recall or something.
Sandy, where are you?
Start the reactor queen.
I'm trying to find you, Sandy.
Okay. Anyway, so we all ready to begin?
Sure.
Yes.
Everyone's got being liquored up. So
Woo.
so she kind of leads you along almost by the ears,
Ow, 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 ow.
walking along with her weird like socks and Birkenstocks like she's a German tourist or something, and she leads you with the other like it's just a couple blocks down again, still in the same plaza, but it looks like it's a small natural history or it's a small museum of history, and there's got signs out front which again you can kind of read, and it says like limited time presence Egyptian exhibit. And it looks like they're still open. They got the big like facade. You go up the stairs and everything. All right, so it's like this may have the answers we're looking for, but again, keep an eye out. We don't know if there is a threat. We don't know where it could be coming from.
Okay, let's do this.
So she like leads the way with her umbrella. And if things go down, don't worry. I'm specially trained in humanoid combat.
Oh.
That's good to know.
Yeah, because I don't think I'll be kicking or... Yeah, I don't even know how to... I'm lucky I'm on all twos right now, so yeah, you're going to have to tank, I guess.
Just out of curiosity,
You will
what
tank
kind
and
of
draw
pony
aggro.
are you back in Equestria?
So the three...
Well, what was Pixel asked a question.
oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Just out of curiosity, what kind of pony were you back in Equestria?
Unicorn. The Malthian division is mostly unicorns. They consider us the best hold on the strange magics that inhabit this world.
And how do you
They
adapt
would.
to the no horn thing? Because I'm kind of freaking out here.
Oh, I see. You get used to it, or you go crazy trying.
Oh, that's good. I have options. So,
Roll an insanity check.
Yes.
And she says, "Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised at how well your mental faculties have held up to the transfer. Some ponies who have made the jump didn't quite make it."
It probably helps that I started taste testing the beer early. So
All I gotta say is, AC and I, we've seen some really weird things. This is not quite near the top.
Yeah, I mean, come on. All we got to do, go here, find the statue, touch it. We're good. We're out. That should be all we need to do. It's not like we're going to encounter some sort of crazy cauldron goo beasts we're going to have to fight or anything.
or a radioactive spider pony.
Yeah.
She goes, It's like, well, it's a good thing. As I said, we lost that. some good ponies didn't quite make it, and she like points over there, and on the opposite street corner, there's like a crazy disheveled hobo screaming at random people. He has
Old pony yells at Cloud.
He's there shouting about the apocalypse to any passerby that gets close. As I said,
there must be a really big portal in Oakland then. Jeez.
I was imagining the scene from 12 Monkeys. They point, it's like, oh yeah, yes. That's that guy. But so all
right.
You go up into the museum, and it's got a lot of it's a nice little museum, and they've got lots of different Egyptian exhibits. So they've got some statues and artifacts and other such. And it looks like there's a whole class of these little like fillies and colts on a field trip, and they're all like gathered around something as looks like a museum curator is droning on about something. So you kind of walk in, and it's kind of quiet in here.
All right, guys, quiet. You just need to make sure. Just don't make any big noise. Come on, it's okay. It's all right.
Does the curator look similar to the one back where we came from?
No. It looks different. The Brony you've met before was like a traveling antiquity showman.
Yes.
I guess is the word for it.
I have to say, an elder sign, the curator is the worst. So,
I will admit this game was definitely at least partially inspired by Arkham Horror.
Oh,
nice,
fun game.
I used to DM that, so.
Wait, Call of Cthulhu
or Call of Cthulhu? Yes.
Yeah.
Someone was mentioning earlier they were wondering if your intro you were going to summon the man in yellow on us.
The pony in yellow.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we already got a pony in yellow. But yeah, as you walk by the little field, you walk by the little field trip going on, and there's three like particularly obnoxious looking ones like fighting, and they look vaguely familiar. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen them in pony form.
Huh.
They're fighting amongst themselves as Gleam Song. Come on, we keep looking. But as you kind of fan out, anyone who has the skill says if you're trained in it, roll investigation.
I have that. Let's see.
Nope.
Oh, I do. Okay, let's see. So, I get to roll dice.
Do I roll untrained or?
No. In this case, I'm just gonna if you're trained in it, I'll ask you for it.
I got a 5.
Okay, with a 5, and then I will roll for Gleam Song to see how much she finds out.
Oh wait, I didn't hear what I was supposed to roll.
Don't roll anything, Sandy, unless you have investigation.
Yeah.
I don't.
This is a personal like GM thing I do sometimes. If I only ask for people who are trained in it. So
GM means jerk man. That's a J. Oops.
Means gherkin man.
Gherk man.
Letters are hard.
I'm an earth pony. Quiet.
Yeah.
Earth man. I'm an earth man.
So Pixel and Gleam Song basically are the ones that kind of lead the effort to go looking about. So the exhibits have little plaques and stuff written on them. AC and Chef just kind of hobble about and still kind of terrified what's going on.
Okay.
Just randomly touching things just to check and see if maybe it's a portal.
Yeah.
It's like, what's that do? What's that do?
Go through the natural history exhibit, and we're just kind of like, ooh, here's something that makes a tornado. Ooh, that's cool.
We hit a button and stuff lights up, and a voiceover comes out. Ah!
I was gonna say it's like you're drinking out of the toilet or something.
Ew.
Hey, there's toilets in Equestria. We don't.
That's true. They do. They have like outhouses.
There's outhouses. We know that much.
Horses. Man, when are horses going to invent internal plumbing?
That's a question that we've been trying to answer for years.
Oh man. So anyway, you're looking at it, and then Pixel, you roll a 5.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so it's basic. So yeah. You and Gleam saw on. I rolled for her, but she rolled a little bit lower. Didn't roll too big.
All right.
You started looking at the exhibits and said trying to find something that matches with what you've seen so far.
Yes.
And at the very end, you find a fragment, and it's like a bit of an old papyrus scroll. So they've got it like in a hermetically sealed container, so you can and like kind of low light on it, so it doesn't deteriorate.
Okay.
Let me see this. And then but the thing that immediately snaps to your attention is that it's got some hieroglyphics on it, and in the middle they center around a drawing of the same Sphinx with the space in its face that you've seen before.
Is there a plaque on the display, or it says anything about it?
Yes, there's a little blurb about it. And Gleamsong is reading it with great interest. It says the label is the Scroll of Nyarlathotep, Hotep, and it's transliterated out. It says you're looking at this, and it says that it was a fragment discovered in an ancient tomb years ago, but that it appeared to be some sort of declaration or warning. But it speaks of this ancient, it says like king, leader, ruler, like the word's not translated exactly, but the fragment says that the clearest translation for his the descriptive epithet is the crawling chaos that walks between worlds unhindered.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Huh.
And you touched this, Pixel.
I did touch this specifically. I touched the statue, which said nothing, in my defense, said nothing about crawling horrors.
It says the final section, the music, like the plot kind of continues. It says the final section of the hieroglyphics it says the name of it is the Spell of Nyarlathotep. It's according to the little placard. It's like, Gleamsong's like, this can't be good at all.
How do we make it good?
Horrible, awful thing that was to enter different worlds through, I guess, this passageway world.
If I might go on a hunch, whatever this being is, you might have said might be trying to get into the real world, into our world, using this as a gateway. Normally, Equestria is closed off from any other potential planar incursions.
Yeah, I don't know about whatever crawling horror would be, I guess, but I'm pretty sure we don't want anything like that coming through to Equestria. I mean, you have enough problems, like changelings and
Discord and Nightmare Moon and
spooky
we're full up on crazy.
and plants and all sorts of stuff.
And the Germans.
Here's the question. Did this thing piggyback on us coming through the first time, or is it waiting for the door to swing open the other way to come through?
That might be an apt analogy. Unfortunately, the nature of these portals is rather unpredictable. It could be anything. Which is why we have, if this is going to be the threat we're facing, we need to prevent him from leaving this world. As she says that, everyone now may roll notice.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
So if you do not have the skill, I don't know if...
Let's do this.
I think all of you have it.
I have... Okay.
I got a 4.
Okay,
I have a D8. I rolled a 6 and a 5 on the D6.
Okay.
2 and a 3.
Okay, so currently I think Chef, you have the highest with a 6.
All right.
Did you re-roll that if it was max?
Yeah, you got a 6 on a D8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's not a max.
Okay. I rolled for something I can't tell you quite yet.
He hid his dice from me, so I don't know.
Just look at the plastic ponies.
I'm gonna get eaten. I just know it.
Gleamsong is thinking about it. It's like, all right. So, like, there needs to be some. There needs to be some way we might be able to use the scroll here, but unfortunately it's currently in the museum, and she kind of eyes the security guards. As you're all talking and kind of pondering over it, I'm gonna say, who had the lowest roll?
Probably me.
3?
I was a 4. What were you?
I was 2 and 3, so 3.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
No goody.
Okay. And no, as you're discussing this, AC, you feel like something tapping on your shoulder.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah. So you turn around and description. There's another. It's another human kind of thing.
Oh, human kind of thing.
There's a and just as this is going on, Gleamsong finally realizes that her umbrella is glowing slightly and is like humming, and just as you turn around, the figure standing behind you is a good like 1.5 times your height, and is wearing like a long like form-fitting black trench coat, and has got and long black gloves.
Oh crap! The Goths found me! Run!
And he's got the figure has got long black gloves and is wearing like a wide brimmed kind of black hat and has the collar turned up so it covers everything except his face.
Don't shoot as a hipster. Run faster.
As you kind of go like you look up at into the face, his face is oddly like plain and featureless and has the kind of like it has a kind of weird waxy look to it.
Well, you're not creepy one bit.
The figure kind of looks down. You can see Gleamsong is kind of like trying to look over her shoulder, and she's trying to hold this like glowing like umbrella that's vibrating like a phone going off.
Hello, how are you? I want to move away now.
And like, as you're talking, he just like puts his hand on your face
just
like moves you out of the way.
No.
So the figure, like, just as I said, just kind of shoves AC out of the way and just steps over him without saying anything, and walks up towards the display case.
Hey buddy, how are you?
It just ignores you and keeps going, as you kind of like have to stand back up.
Maybe one of us should grab the scroll since this terrible-looking thing seems to want it. Maybe keep away is the best plan.
You guys are deciding the security guards are kind of like taking notice of it.
All right, I guess I'm gonna grab the scroll and run.
The scroll's inside of a glass case.
Okay.
Use magic. Crap.
Quick, use your magic to grab it.
I was just gonna say, can't I use magic? Oh, I can't. Crap.
Okay.
I do have very large boots. I guess I could try kicking
karate kicks.
A table or something I could knock over, or
yeah, it's kind of a museum exhibit. I was just giving this opportunity in case one of you had like wanted to try to bust some kung fu on someone
on a thing 1.5 times bigger than me.
I gotta say I don't like those odds. I'd rather take
hold on. Let me take let me think on this because I think let's see. Is there any exhibit nearby that might include a large number of small rolling objects that could act as marbles in this situation?
Unfortunately, no.
Ah, dag. Did anyone bring any marbles? Wait, does the girl have marbles in her jacket? Come on.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, crud.
All of her stuff is like stuff that's related to trying to blend in, despite looking like a crazy person.
And not having and not pretending and not having marble sessions is...
I mean, she like looks...
I'm part of it. I'm gaming with you people.
Yeah.
Watch me play jacks.
Okay. Yeah. She's... As you kind of stumble to do something, the figure just walks up and just slaps the display case with his hand and instantly shatters into a million pieces.
Ah! Okay, now I think we need to do something, guys.
The security guards are already rushing over, but the figure just reaches out and just like crumples the scroll up and grabs it and turns around and walks off with it. The security guards run up and try to like restrain him. And they're suddenly sent flying backwards to the opposite sides of the room.
Okay, guys, I think this is officially something we need to step in on. I think this might be bad.
There's
all right, is there anything we can hit him with, like a stick or a staff or a branch?
What are the exhibits that are nearby?
Yes,
there are the ones that are open air, like that aren't under display cases. There's like a replica sarcophagus. There's I'm trying to think like. You know, there's a couple of old bits of like they're like farm implements and such from ancient Egypt, and yeah, let's say so anything you could think of that might be like a small farm implement. It's made of like ancient bronze though. And at this point, alarms are going off and children are screaming.
All right.
I look over to the guards and be like, "We're going to be the ones that are helping. We're not with this guy. All right, guys, let's figure out how to stop this thing." So let's see. We're looking at Egyptian things. So we've got a sarcophagi. We've got implements, tools. Probably a mummy on display, but that we wouldn't want to do anything with that.
Yeah, we don't want to wield a mummy.
I can't remember. Is this a proper museum, or are we in a tent, sort of like back at Nightmare Nights?
It's a proper museum. You're inside of a building,
Okay.
like marble floors and.
And what are the exits?
There's like the figure is heading towards like just the main entrance, like the big glass doors in the front.
Is there usually in places like this there'll be like a metal security gate that you could bring down? Is there anything like that?
Yes.
Okay,
I'll say that
then
much.
we could probably at least slow it down by pulling down the metal security gate for a little bit.
Oh.
As one particular idea, I mean, and
Does it have any of those fancy little brass things with the velvet ropes keeping
Yes,
people
those-
back a certain distance?
Yes,
All
those
right.
are there.
Expansion, yeah.
I am grabbing one of those and swinging it.
Okay, so AC, you're gonna try to run ahead and pull down one of those.
I'm gonna try and cut it off and cut off the security gate.
Okay, and then so Pixel, you're going to grab a metal cordon and do some cordoning.
Yeah. If I don't have magic, I will resort to violence.
Oh, man.
It is a mummy, so remember, fire bad. Wait,
sounds-
that might be different.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a mummy, but, we can at least use if they have the velvet rope, we can at least tie the guy up. We could try.
Yeah, Chef, what do you
Step
want
one,
to do?
subdue.
I sit here and scratch the cat's face.
We have taken a break for Kitty.
Well, I can do both.
Okay, so I'm going to go for the gate to try and slow it down. Pixel's going to try and thug it. And what are you going to do, Sandy?
Yeah.
I just want to kind of trip him up.
Okay.
I said I wish there were marbles.
I'm willing to say, in this case, if you wanted to combine your efforts with Pixel.
Wait, what about? Let's see. Things that could make the floor slick. We're looking at a museum, which usually has very hard.
It's like a polished.
stone-
It's like a polished marble floor.
Is there a janitor's closet nearby?
By the time you get to it and get back, this is all like you have like 30 seconds to do it.
I know. I'm just trying to think of a way to slicken up the floor because this thing is big, so it will fall hard.
Yeah.
Let's see things. It would be too much to hope that any of the actual like old jars of stuff would actually have. Something that keeps for generations upon generations is honey.
Yes. Okay.
What if we used a jar of honey?
Of 2,000-year-old honey.
Honey keeps indefinitely. It is one of the few
That is true.
foods that keeps eternally. It will not ever age.
So does like raw sugar.
So we could use that to sticken up, or so look for batches of honey,
Yeah.
and we could use that and then stick large bees at it.
Yes, AC, this is a fantastic idea.
This is quite a plan.
All right.
I will bring down the gate. Pixel will pull the wraps, and Sandy will look for honey of which to sticken it up or slick it up or something
Okay. Since
That-
AC has to like
Grease
run
up
ahead
the
to do
mummy.
that.
on a giant mummy.
Yes, good kitty.
All right, let's go, team.
So
Go, Team Pony.
Adventure.
Yes.
Go, Team Flesh Beast people.
go Team Nightmare. Okay, so since you're gonna run ahead, and that's gonna take a second, so you have to go like running down the corridor.
Okay, I'm running.
So Pixel and Chef both roll fighting. I'm gonna do a little interpretive thing here.
Okay.
All right.
Wow, I have a 4.
And if you do not have the skill, you roll it as a D4 and just subtract 2 from your total.
Oh, actually.
Oh God. Okay, this should be fun.
So I rolled a 3 on the D4, but a 6 on the D6.
Yay!
So I'll reroll that, right?
Yep.
And got a 1.
Okay.
7.
7. All right.
Okay, I got 1 on the D6 and a 4 on the D4. Do I...
Yes.
Is that a second roll?
Yeah, the D4 keeps rolling.
Okay, and a 3, so 7.
Okay. 7, but then minus 2 because it's
Oh, yeah, so 6.
You're untrained in fighting, right? You don't.
Yep. Oh, yes.
Okay. So you have a 5. So let me roll this here. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Stuck in a corner. There it goes. Okay. That. Yeah. Okay. And then Schiff, what was your total?
7.
7 with a 5. Okay. So I was saying, I think I was going to do. This is what I like to do if I just need something real quick. Chef is the one going. Chef is the one going for going for it, and Pixel's going to assist him because she has a metal cordon. You run up and try to get into a tangle with this strange figure. You are barely unsuccessful. I gave
you kind of grapple and then fall.
You have him for a second, but the figure feels like a stone wall. Like you're trying to move him. You do the whole thing, like try to grab his arm or something. It's oh, no, that's not going to work. Both of you, yeah. And he has to even pause for a second, but then tosses you both to the side, and your metal cordon goes flying, and bounces off the ground.
Ow!
Yeah, he's already sent 2 of the security guards flying. Chef, AC, you're running ahead to do that. Gleamsong is standing back, and she was about to do something with her umbrella, but the 2 of you got in the way.
Damn it!
Momentarily, and then so I'm gonna have all of you roll agility.
Oh,
Oh boy, let's see.
and just
Do I even
agility
have
by
that?
itself, any D6?
It's a D6, yeah,
All right.
because you
Nice knowing you guys.
agile cider.
4 and a 2.
A
Yeah.
3 and a 2.
Oh, it's just for AC.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you go running.
I'm
and,
running.
Yeah, you manage to you manage to keep your balance on the polished marble floor.
Whee!
I mean, you have to roll to not trip sometimes because you don't know how to walk.
That's true. Bipedals are hard.
But then, unfortunately, you run up and you already get to the little security chain you can pull. The figure, however, pauses and then explodes into a cloud of scarabs, which flow out the open door in the front off in the night.
Are scarabs like spiders?
Yes.
Beetles.
But I somehow have acquired major phobia spiders.
I'm going to say
I think we all have to a certain extent.
I looked at my sheet. For some reason, I have phobia spiders now.
It's a beetle.
I understand it's a beetle, but it's a creepy insect. And he's a wuss.
Scarabs are cool.
And
They are, actually.
And somehow I picked up. I would. You know what? At this point, there was a massive thing, 1.5 times larger than me, that just burst into a billion scarabs.
It's kind of freaky. Yeah.
Wuss.
So
You're not on this adventure.
So as you're
somewhere Starry is just going I feel like my boyfriend's being a wuss.
I can feel his cowardice from here.
He's on some stupid adventure, and I'm disappointed at
Actually, I
him.
thought we established she's fighting off the Flim Flam brothers.
Something like that.
They're trying to.
Honey, you don't know how hot a night I've had.
They're trying to go up this big series of ramps, and she's throwing she's throwing barrels down at them.
Paint cans attached to string.
Yeah. Yeah. So you stop cowering for a second, and the museum is in chaos, and there's screaming kids running everywhere, and the alarms are going off, and the police officers look to be out cold, and your 2 friends are kind of groggy and laying on the marble floor.
Okay, so it got through the barricade.
You
Got the scroll.
He didn't even get to the barricade. Yeah, didn't have to get to the barricade.
The barricade. He's already turned into a billion little scarab things. Okay, so the location that is now. So we've got this. It's got the scroll. It's probably making its way towards whatever equivalent statue. Is that in view now?
The one well, technically you don't know it's a statue.
But we're looking for something that what was the thing that was on the poster?
It was the mummy poster. So it has
Well, but I mean, like when the girl that we're with, she showed something like, was it like this?
Oh, that was like the pamphlet, like the pamphlet for the museum,
right? But we said that there was something on that looked similar to what we were looking.
Yeah,
for.
it was the sorry, yeah, I'll make it more clear. It was the Sphinx with the no face. And that scroll is part of the exhibit and it appeared on the front of the pamphlet.
So wait a second. So this thing might actually just be the Sphinx since it's featureless.
That's a distinct possibility.
Oh crud! I don't like this thing.
Trying to get back home to Ponyville, just like us, except he's a scary bug thing.
Gleamstone comes running up next to you
and evil.
Got away. What were you doing?
I was trying to stop it. I was trying to pull down the thing.
Oh, never mind. It's just like the umbrella resists the chance to whack you with it. But
what is that thing?
This. You're referring to the creature?
Yeah, the umbrella or the What is that thing? And what is that thing?
She explained what the umbrella was. It's like her equestrian sonic screwdriver kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
But she take that. I believe that was an indication that things are about to go very poorly unless we do something.
Well, let's do something. I don't like poorly.
Okay. Are the other two of you okay? She calling back. It's like the museum's mostly empty now. All the kids have run screaming out of the building.
They need to hire better security guards here. Jeez.
Yeah, who can't, security guards came in and fight off a supernatural horror.
Caw. Like, I'm still in one of those. I need to train against some Tarpanay sometime, gaw.
Go fight the
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a mummy. Just saying.
You had the chance to throw the replica mummy at him. Do like a shining armor there. Okay, so she gleams on. All right, we have to do something to keep whatever that. If that is this Nyarlathotep, Hotep, we need to do whatever we can to keep it from leaving this world because we know its next likely step is Equestria.
Good idea. How do we do that?
Unless you had any. Let's see. Sorry, I had to clear my throat there. Yeah, you can see there's a minor panic going outside the street because a bunch of trick-or-treaters got scared by the cloud of scarabs going flying over their heads. She responds, I think we may have a little time. I think our best option might be to check the library. This human library is surprisingly convenient at times. I have to think that whatever the books found in it are affected by the same presence that generates this world.
Okay. You don't happen to have any other agents you can call on, do you?
I'm the only one. We only ever keep one Amalthean agent in this world at the same time.
Right then.
Active ones. Who looks back at us.
Active and sane ones.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that we knew a librarian around here. We have that one in Bronyville, but this one.
The high school is having some sort of dance right now. We might be able to sneak in, but since we do look like students, but it's likely closed. We'll have to be a bit surreptitious.
Well, that sounds like a good idea. Hey, everybody!
We're nothing if not surreptitious.
I can blend in. Hey, kids! How's it hanging?
Hey, ape children!
What's real? Yo, I sure like that hippity hop.
Hope none of you are on the DRUGS.
Yeah. It's just unless should we split up or stick together?
Do we see where that thing went? Could one of us maybe follow it just to keep an eye on it or see where it's going or whatever? Or is it out of sight at this point?
It's out of sight. It's
finding
a cloud of scarabs against the night sky.
No, it makes sense that
a swarm of bugs.
Yeah, it makes sense that it'll probably end up going towards the movie theater since that's where the portal was in the mummy poster there. Makes some logical sense. We should probably. I agree that we should probably all go together to the library. It will be faster to try and make sure that we can find what we need there.
Plus, there's no guarantee we can meet up again afterwards.
And
so,
granted,
yeah.
recent events have proven to me that splitting up a party is actually a very bad idea.
Yes.
You'll get that soon, Roger. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure. So okay, so you finally go across the street to the strange equestrian high school. I don't know what the hell that is.
There's now a big pool in the front. That's kind of weird.
Yes.
Perfectly carved out, as if there was a giant explosion or something.
Yeah. I actually never. I always figured where the timing was in relation to the movie. I never quite figured out it. I'm going to say before it, actually.
So we arrived before any of the Equestria Girls stuff?
Yep.
Interesting.
Nice.
So if you arrive, you can see they've got the big kind of building up front. You can hear 80s new wave music and lights and stuff coming from it. So it appears that the dance is in full swing.
All right.
But you can see there are chaperones, and the rest of the building is dark and locked up.
We sneak around, we pass the only person we see who is purchasing peanut butter crackers, and Pixel stops for a moment and then moves along.
I like to imagine she sees a human Trixie, but it's like the G-Man in Half-Life. It's only in the way, just kind of watching you. Can never get to them.
Just appears up on the railing, she goes up to try and find her, and no one's there.
Yeah.
She looks out from behind a locked door. You try it. She shakes her head and walks off.
Yes.
Time to choose, Pixel. Time to choose.
You're on trains going opposite direction. You see each other through the window. Yeah. So the trick is you need to get into the library. There's you can go in through the main entrance. You can try to find a back entrance, or some other means you think might be appropriate. I'm interested to see how everyone plans on sneaking into the high security equestrian high school.
The front door!
Yeah, I mean, we are high school students, or at least of age. I mean, if we act like we belong there,
I
maybe
certainly have some studying to do. I should probably go check the library.
There you go. That's very convincing.
The rest of the building is dark and locked up, and they probably don't want students wandering off from the dance.
No, but this is high school dances. All they do is wander from it. Wandering in a school, wandering in a dark corridor at school is what you do at dances at school. It's just dude, we get to go to all the places while it's dark and creepy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you're going to go through the front door?
Yeah, we should probably.
Yeah, let's head to the front, unless there's security standing there preventing anyone from entering or leaving. But we can at least head that way.
There are frumpy-looking teachers with walkie-talkies, chaperones.
Well, at this point, we just need to get in, right? So, getting out will be the issue.
I got it. Hold on, I got this, guys.
All right.
I walk up.
The theme song's are you sure you know what you're doing?
Don't worry, I can get us in. That's all right. I go up to the front. I'm just oh, hey, listen, I'm really sorry about this. I just need to go in for a little bit. I left my backpack just around the way. I just really got to get it real fast. It's just in there. I'll be out in just a second.
Roll persuasion.
That's why I'm so good at this. I got a D10. Please don't fudge this up. I got a D10 and I don't want to fudge this up. All right.
Here goes.
All right, that's 12. Beat a 16.
Nicely done.
6 plus 6 plus 4.
Oh, and it's actually a 17. You have your charisma bonus. You have +2 from charismatic, but you have -1 because you won't shut up.
Oh, that is a shame. So so I'm gonna do that. I'll add in just a little bit, and it's just right. It's just right by the library.
And I roll a 1.
Whee! Not only that, they're putty in my hands.
I can bring the school to my knees. Bow before me.
And it was sad. I had the D10, but that was the one that failed me. It was the D6 that worked.
It's always the wild die.
All right.
So the Wild Eyes, a friend always knows your name.
Okay, master. How good was I?
So she's like this older looking librarian. Oh, okay. Like just go on ahead. Just we'll see you back at the dance. And it's like, and she's like, is this your date? And she points to Gleam Song.
We're good friends. We're kind of at a period right now. We're figuring it out. We'll catch you later.
It's very good.
Complicated.
Yes, my Facebook status says it's complicated.
As she like ushers, she whispers like, "That's very nice." That
I don't know.
I got some feedback somewhere. It's like as she walk by, she whispers like, "It's very nice of you." She's very like she's always on her own.
I'm trying to be helpful.
So you rolled spectacularly well. So she just lets you in with no second thought.
Yay!
And you promptly get an umbrella to the back of the head.
Ow! I told you I got this. Like I totally got this.
You're gonna blow my cover.
I wasn't blowing your cover.
So with that, you bypassed having to do any stealth rolls or crawling in through the vents.
Nice.
Which were all options. They're much harder though.
Pretty much. I attack through the front door.
So you basically have access to the high school. Are you going to go straight to the library?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think we have time to waste. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a stop for peanut butter crackers. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Okay. So you guys walk into the library, and it's this big. It's you can see it's the central dome of the like kind of glass dome that forms the center of the building. Is this a big circular library? And it's kind of nice on the inside. It looks all kind of vaguely familiar. It's like laid out like someplace you've been before.
So hopefully we would know how terribly organized that place could be.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's very popular. Books are always just flying off the shelves. Yeah. So and it's like, all right. She's looking. All right. This will be tricky. We need to find something that can help us here. She looks at Pixel like you need. We need your help. You two stand guard.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. She sends you another dirty look. So Pixel, roll investigation. I'm gonna roll for Gleams on again. So this is a book searching.
I'm on it.
This is montage.
It's not great, but let's see what I can do. I got a 5 and a 5.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll for no good reason. Oh, good thing that wasn't for anything.
Aha! I spend a Game Master Benny to reroll because
jeez,
trying to help. Okay, and Pixel, what did you get?
2 5s.
2 5. Okay, so that's 5. So that's 1 success. So you add +1 to my roll, so it's a total of an 11.
Sketchy says Q80 montage music.
Yeah.
Gonna find the book in the library that help us stop the scarab guy. Gonna try and find the thing so the world doesn't die because of evil big mummy things.
Oh, you all had it. All had it. That was shockingly good. Well done.
10 points for Gryffindor.
See, that's the perfect thing though. Is like the dance is going in the background, so somewhere off in the distance is like is 80s music.
Mummies, gotta get away from these mean mummies. Sphinx are such a terrible thing.
Read.
Gotta find the stuff that we need to get away and stop all these mummies from potentially coming to Equestria. Yeah! Woo!
That was brilliant.
That was.
Do I get extra bennies for making songs each game?
You haven't spent any yet, so
no. I haven't. All right.
I think you're good. As much as that was commendable, so clap, clap, clap.
Oh, they're giving me the gongs.
See, that's the best. Like, this is like you're doing the Equestria Girls montage, but it's just you dancing, and the rest of them are in the background trying to get work done.
Son's just there guarding, just going like, gotta find the thing that we need to try and make sure that we all don't die.
Think of the episode of Rocket Modern Life where they have the musical episode. Like, how did you guys plan about that song? Like, did you know about the meetings? We were like practicing every Thursday night.
I'm in a group where we just constantly try and make up songs of the terrible plights that we can be in.
Yeah, pretty much. So while AC is humming to himself and Chef's standing guard, Gleamsong and Pixel join forces and search through the library. At last, Gleamsong lets out like a ha, and she pulls down like this ancient-looking dusty book from a forgotten corner of the library, and it's like a big black hardcover book that's kind of coming apart. And she starts flipping through it. Like, let's see, here we go. It's like Necronomicon. Perfect.
Oh.
She starts flipping through it.
So, what are these 3 words on the cover there?
Parada.
Which is great because that's a reference to the day the Earth stood still. So she finds the book and sits there reading it. Like, okay, this is going to take me a minute. I know these ancient human languages, but it'll take me a minute to translate and look up what we need. While this is going on,
if it's written in brewing language, I can read it.
In the language of beer. Or Casanova.
Yeah.
Is it the Liquornomicon? I know that one.
I've read that book many times. One second, I am consulting something in the book. Can I have that open? Cool. Alright, so...
I also have Streetwise, so in case we come across any students, I'd be like, yo, son!
Just hang outside the liquor store, ask them to buy you beer.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Put on your baseball cap, turn it slightly to the side.
Yo!
Oh, man. That's terrible.
Yes, I summon greater yeast monster.
So as
I'm gonna an elemental.
Gleamsong's mumbling to herself and just like translating the Latin inside of it. The 3 of you notice that there is like movement in the hallway outside the doors to the library, and you can see movement up through like the skylight, and it's like slow, like slinky, dark movement, like some sort of large creature moving about.
Shh, guys, good.
Hey, how you doing? So the 3 return, and there are these long kind of like these low to the ground, like sleek black, like kind of canine looking creatures coming in through the door, and then a couple of them like watching you from the skylight up above. So they're slipping in through the main door to the library.
I thought we were watching the main door.
You were, and then they slink in. You don't notice them at first because they're like totally black and the whole room's dark.
Boy,
this sure isn't creepy at all.
No, wow, this is escalating.
So there's like a half dozen of them at this point.
Oh, jeez.
Like the 2 of them are up on the skylight. As they come into view, they look sort of like a large like greyhound almost. The reference, if anyone's ever seen it, if anyone knows what a typhonic beast is, it appears in hieroglyphics a lot. You have an Egyptian.
Is that T-I or T-Y?
T-Y.
I want to see this.
Yeah, so needless to say, you have Egyptian-themed creatures to deal with in this game. Yeah, that's it right there. The top one.
Oh, the top one, set animal?
Yeah. Yeah, so there we go.
Oh, some of them look like fennec foxes. How cute!
These are jet black and have glowing white eyes.
That's not good!
And white fangs, too.
No!
But okay, so you have a few. They don't appear to be attacking you quite yet. But Gleamsong is have a face buried in the book. The 3 of you have a second to deal with these creatures. So I'm going to switch over to initiative real quick, so I get to use the giant cards.
Oh boy, guys, I think this is going to go badly.
Where's the?
I'm not made to fight. I'm a drinker, not a fighter.
I'm a slovenly drunk, not a fighter.
One of these games, we need to fight elementals. We've got enough people here that are brew based.
So where do I aim these so that the camera picks them up? Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to cut these real quick. So I shuffle these in advance. So just new people. The Savage Worlds uses cards for initiative, and it's got kind of like some parts that are kind of like poker themed.
I forget if we've ever actually gotten a Joker.
Yeah, I think so.
I may have been ages back.
Real quick, do you have like an AC and Chef action figures?
We do have. Hold on, I do have something
with Kung Fu grip and.
Well, not with Kung Fu grip, but hold on. Stuck.
Your leash is too short.
Yeah.
I believe you do have the Cider and AC, or Cider and Sandy ones.
I do have these.
Something for reference. Perfect. And then and weird brushable Twilight will be standing in for Pixel.
Appropriate.
I am.
Would you like some other things to represent other things?
No, I can take care of that.
Because I got like the Flim Flam brothers and.
They're translucent.
Yeah, I got a Gilda here.
While you were away with your stupid restaurant, we became beings made of pure energy.
We now no longer need to take your stuff, but we still will.
Can everyone like for reference? Can everyone see the dice cam?
Do you want one more for our weird friend?
No, it's fine. I can just have hers right there.
Okay.
So, anyway, to where are you guys? Well, I guess I'll just leave it. Like, how do we arrange this? Do we have a little preview of it?
Well, Starry's got the
dice cam.
Oh, that's me toward us, so further this way.
Okay. Enhance. There we go.
There we go.
That's it.
Okay. So I'm gonna draw. I've got my giant deck of World War II spotters. All right, AC. You are the Supermarine Spitfire, the 6 of Hearts, and Chef will be the P-39 Airacobra. It's got a cool plane.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's the 3 of Spades. Pixel, you get the C-47. You have 9 of Spades. I'm going to deal in Gleam Song as King of Spades, which is the B-24 Liberator.
So many spades.
I know. And we have them in spades.
Is each dog going to get a card too?
No, Savage Worlds it has and just as a side, it usually recommends just like split groups up that are similar creatures into one card.
There you go.
So it's usually easier. I'm gonna since there's 4 on the ground and there's 2 of the Skylight who will be entering shortly. So I'm just gonna draw 1 card for the ones on the ground. So Queen of Diamonds, Dio 217. So okay, so now we've dealt initiative and same thing. The so in the Savage World, the initiative you go in initiative order. So and it's still going to take Gleam Song a few seconds to finish reading the book before you can before you can take it elsewhere. It's like big and heavy, so. Mm-hmm. So she has the first initiative card. She's going to continue to spend it reading. The creatures get the next one. So let's see. Yeah, I have their stats here.
Do you guys have an idea what you're going to do?
No.
I think, let's see, so the order
I can grip books pretty good with these weird fingers.
I was thinking of flipping a table.
And there's lots of books that we could, like, throw at them.
Well, so our order is going to be Pixel, me, and then Sandy. So that's good. So 9, 6, and 3.
You can also defer if one of you wants to go before the other one.
Right. Well, considering the fact that it's dark, I think turning on the lights would likely get their attention and potentially startle them, or at least lead them away from Gleam Song. We could throw books. I'm sure the librarians will love that. But I think it seems like at this point the best idea is distraction.
Yeah, you just need to buy Gleam Song a little bit of time.
Yeah. So, I mean, if one of us wants to head, which of us is closest to the light switch?
Let's see. I'll roll to determine that randomly.
I can roll to notice it.
I think it. Oh, okay. Well, you know where the light switch is.
Either door.
You didn't want to you didn't flip it on because you didn't want to alert everyone else that there's someone in the library. Mm-hmm. I just rolled randomly, and Pixel is the one closest to it. But it's within,
all right. Well, I'll take care of the light then.
It's within easy reach of anyone. So
okay, so any of us can do it as part of our turn. So
yeah,
if we wanted to,
in lieu of using a battle mat with drawing out the library and stuff, just assume that you can get most places in the library in one turn's worth of movement. And so that kind of condenses and makes things easier. Especially
okay.
All right, I'll turn on the lights if you guys want to start flinging books.
Well, let's see. And Gleam Song's over there. Now they're in the way of us to her, right?
She's in the center of the room, so you're kind of forming a half circle in front of her.
Okay.
The three of you are interposed between the typhonic beasts and her.
Hmm. Hey Sandy, you're the fighty pony. I think you should you should tank.
Okay, well, I'll try to scare him off.
Well, I think your main thing should probably be just to keep stuff off of Gleam Song, and I'll try and distract them and lure them away with my great 4 agility. So.
Okay, well, I can use Intimidate to try to keep them away with my giant book of stuff and things.
Yeah, I can. If I can get to a vantage point above, I'll toss books. But yeah,
I can use my magic to. Oh no.
Oh. Yeah. I think the best thing is if Sandy protects a Gleam Song, I'll get a vantage point and start flinging books, and then Pixel will handle the rear and turn on the lights, and then we should effectively have them cornered for a few rounds.
Yeah.
All right.
You do need to buy some time. The one to remember is since Pixel is deprived of her magic, you are also deprived of your feats of strength. So no unstoppable this game.
Oh no!
You've used a great effect in the past, but this is the price you pay for.
I'm now useless. Quit the game. I'm
rage quit. Live. I'm gonna go home. Damn it, I am home. That was fast.
Hey, everybody! This place sucks.
So anyway, back to the initiative order. So King of Spades, Gleam Song is continuing to do her thing. The next is the Queen of Diamonds. So Typhonic Beasts are going. They approach and then go straight for you.
For us?
Yes. So I've got 4 attackers. It sounds like Chef is the one up front. You're going to grab books, right?
I'm going to get a good because it's the 2 level. I wanted to go up and get a good vantage point to fling books down.
Okay, but so and then Pixel's going towards the light switch. So Chef is the one up, basically up front. He's tanking right now.
He's tanking.
Okay.
Yes.
So
thanks, Tank Pony.
All right. So I'm looking at. So these are the Typhonic Beasts attempting to grapple you. Chef, and so Chef's parry is 4.
Okay.
Sorry, not parry. So, Chef, you're gonna roll fighting. So this is them trying to grab onto your clothing.
Clothing.
It's a good thing that I don't need clothing.
So, yeah, go ahead and roll fighting.
I got a 3 on the D4 and a 5 on the D6.
Okay. Did you? If you want to spend a penny to reroll it, you may.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
So reroll both.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Make the rolls better.
3 and a 4.
That didn't help.
Okay.
Nope.
And yeah, it's not, yeah. Well, so this is the main one. So 2. You managed to duck out of the way of 2 of them, but 2 of them, I think Starry is telling us things.
Perhaps.
She can only communicate through the stream now.
Through the chat. She's lost the will to actually speak. She's so hungry. Would you like me to order something and have it be sent to us, Starry? Could you type that into the chat? That way I could place a Grubhub order or something.
Tap your Tap 3 times for So anyway, so Chef, you managed to dodge out of the way of 2 of them, or 2 of them go moving past you, but another 2 of them managed to grab you and hold on. And so,
get them off me.
What was your final total? Or what was your highest result?
It was a 5.
Okay, 5. Okay, so yeah, so thankfully you're not shaken by it, but they've got like a hold of you, and they're like snarling and growling, and they're really creepy looking because they're like solid flat black. They look like an animated statue, sort of.
They really got a hold on you.
All right, so they're good for now. So two of them are holding on to you. We are going to go to Pixel next. You want to just turn on the lights?
Yes, I am going to flip on the light switch and try and make it easier to hit them and aim.
Okay. Let's see.
Maybe blind them a little bit if we're lucky.
Yeah, let me roll. I need to roll here real quick. Cool. Yeah, I'm having to roll like handfuls of dice at a time here. Oh, nicely done. Okay. I'm gonna spend one more of these.
Nicely done for us, I hope.
Okay. I spent one of my second Game Master Benny, but it did not get me much of anything. So
Yay!
Yay! Shut up. Okay, so
Shut your mouth. I don't want.
I already have bad enough luck as a GM rolling in these games. It's always been pretty pitiful. But
Shut up, player.
Violence.
Don't make fun of my sucking.
All right. So what happens is, Pixel, you flick on the lights, and it does like startle and frighten them. They kind of hiss and growl like it physically pains them.
Nice.
Two of them back off, and the other two, the two that are grappling chefs, stand their ground. So yeah, it looks like they don't care for the bright lights. Unfortunately,
Who needs a horn?
I can make light with this switch.
Yes, that is the best way to do it. Light with the switch.
All right, AC, you're up.
I'm up. I'm going to tell Chef to duck, and I'm going to try and hit the ones that are after him.
Okay.
Okay.
Duck!
So
Quack.
No, wrong!
let me hold on. This is perfect. Let me just open this one page here.
I apologize in advance.
Oh, where is that? Here we go. Okay, so you're gonna toss a book.
I'm gonna book them.
Okay. Do you want to? How do you want to make this? Are you trying to like scare them off, or are you just trying to nail them with the book?
Tell you what. Let me do this. Let me be at the point where I could. I've got a vantage point up above, and let me try and lure them, get them off Sandy, and come after me.
Okay. So how are we gonna go about that?
Toss a book. Let's see. How would I? Tell you what. I've got persuasion. So I could just say, "Hey, you stupid dogs."
If they understand spoken language.
Let's see. True. Notice persuasion. I don't have any brews to throw at them. I can't simply be afraid of spiders around them.
Commiserate about their mutual fear of spiders.
Scream like a girl. Try it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's either I could try and
give them a good David Ryder scream.
It's a Wilhelm scream. Let's see.
Hit a poodle.
Well, tell you what. I wonder.
It's a dangerous idea.
I know. There's these newfangled computers around there.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if I could get one of them to make a lot of loud noise to distract them.
Okay, that's not. I might take it. Go up and type real quick.
I just pretty much go. Do something. Do something. Do something.
Frighten the cat. All right.
Not hard to do.
Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? I'll go with this. Roll smarts.
Ooh, all right. I'm smart.
You're going to attempt to create some loud noise with YouTube.
All of a sudden, prepare everyone. We're going to be playing the wolf song. Or the fox song, that's right. Woo!
Okay, you...
Scratch me.
What does the fox say? I don't.
Bippity boppity.
I forgot. I should tell me again. I forgot what it was. Okay. Okay. With that. Now with that, roll agility.
Okay. Oh boy.
I've established that you are smart enough to accidentally do this.
Benny.
All right. You spend.
All right. 4.
All right.
6. 6 and a 3.
Okay. All right. I would. That's like.
I'll see you that and raise you
Well,
your
no,
doom.
You rolled. No, it's like, oh man, you rolled exactly the two numbers I thought. Okay, so just barely in time, AC goes, oh, crap, and begins searching YouTube.
It brings up a PewDiePie stream, and everyone is now pained.
Yeah, it's a lot of shouting and swearing. I hate him.
He is a very divisive YouTuber.
Yeah.
That is true.
He certainly does.
So AC, in a flash of inspiration, manages just in time to start making loud. It makes the computer make an incredibly loud noise. In this case, I think searching YouTube, I think, would be beyond you. But you begin mashing buttons and reading random things and just pressing most of it. Until the computer starts making horrible beeping noises. I'm going to. I'll give it another one. So. Okay, nice. All right. I just rolled a fear check for them, and they both got another pair of 3s. I'm going to hold on to this Game Master Penny for now. So I'm going to roll that you've distracted them momentarily enough that they've dropped Chef for just a fraction of a second.
Hooray! I use the power of YouTube.
Like
Yeah.
That's like a little error noise when you press the button.
This is the most use YouTube has ever been.
All right, Chef, you're up. Yeah, both of the weird, the strange, like, typhonic beasts momentarily let go of you as they're startled, partially by the bright lights and also by AC apparently trying to, like, make the sound of a saxophone.
Oh, perfect. Morningstorm, perfect. Starts making dial-up noises.
Yes.
What is that horrible noise? Ah!
You begin
All right.
mashing
Well,
buttons.
I guess
and
we're
the
gonna have
modem
to roll
goes off.
fighting again to keep them off of.
Okay, so what we do, there's 2 of them. Well, before you do that, there's 2 of them. Do you want to try to, like, scare one of them off, or are you trying to physically? Are you going to wrestle one of the dog things in kind?
I just want to, like, scare them off.
Okay.
I mean, we're just trying to keep them off the other girl whose
All right.
name escapes me.
Roll Intimidate.
All right.
So this
I have that at a D10.
This is going to be Intimidate Clash of Wills, and I will roll their strength to oppose it.
Okay, that didn't do me much good. I rolled a 2 on my D10 and a 4 on my D6.
You want to Benny that, son?
Yeah, let's do that, because, shoot.
Alright, Sandy's Bennying.
Alright.
That didn't do me much good either. I got a 6 on the D10 and a 2.
Okay, so...
No, 6 might be alright.
Okay, so 6, so it... Without getting into all the getting the explanation of it, there's a Savage Worlds of My Little Pony adds a non-violent combat resolution system, so you can resolve things. And it's like you can use intimidation and wordplay and such more like as a means in combat rather than just kicking and punching everything. As much fun as that is. So in this case, he's gonna try to intimidate the dogs into leaving. And so it's his intimidate skill opposed against their strength, and then there's a couple little floating bonuses you can gain. Since Chef he actually has a D10 strength, which is maintained even as a human, so he can be totally on the
It's so ripped.
He's secretly ripped, but they can't.
Yes, I made myself look really big. I'm a scary human pony, the monkey thing.
Fear me!
So he does. He gets a +1 for that, but neither of you are armed for that. So I'll
We should have brought the mummy.
I guess I'm just standing here. Am I able to try and get their attention myself?
Well, you did the light. You did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll get another chance next turn if you wanted to try something too. But with that, neither of you are armed, so this is fine with that. Chef gets a +1 to your roll because you have a higher strength. It's a little modifier built into it. So your total is a 7, I think.
Yes.
Okay. Dude.
Sorry, do you want Chinese or Indian or what do you want? Pizza?
Okay. So, Chef, you are successful. One of the dogs or one of the typhonic beasts is cowed by it. It kind of backs off and is momentarily startled by you. They're being suddenly startled by lights and loud modem noises. So you've shaken one of them. There's currently 2 on the ground right now. The other 2 are probably going to be coming down relatively soon. So that was the first turn, real quick. So I'm drawing cards again. AC, you have a Queen of Clubs. Chef has the 7 of Hearts. Pixel, you've got 7 of Diamonds. And for Gleamsong keeps going, and these things. Oh, okay. They are lashed this time. So this is round 2. So we start with AC.
Okay. So
6 seconds have passed in real time. Oop.
Okay, so we've got 4 that are there and 2 that are still technically above.
There's two can be considered out for the moment because they were promptly frightened by the lights or in the process of running away. The other there's 2 on the ground that are hanging out and are still trying to stop you, and there's another 2 that are on the ceiling and will probably be coming down soon.
Is there a yardstick nearby?
Sure.
Okay. Come here, doggy. Come here. Toss it out the door and see if it goes after it.
Okay. So you're gonna have them.
I'm going to persuade it to treat that like it's a bone.
I'm just gonna see how they react to this.
All right. Or it's a doggy. It wants a stick. What doggy doesn't like sticks?
One that wants to eat you.
Evil doggies from another dimension?
Okay, I'm gonna go for that.
Ooh, good night.
Is that us?
Somebody getting into bed?
Huh?
We just heard a bunch of noises.
That wasn't me, I don't think.
Cardboard?
Yes, that is cardboard. It comes across a lot. That's like...
Sorry.
No, it was just we didn't know what it was.
I was opening a box.
Okay. You might.
What's in the box? Does it require 6 keys?
It has 6 things in it.
It's got
nature
6...
box.
Oh, okay.
So, we're gonna do roll. Do you have intimidation?
I don't have intimidation.
Okay. Do you have taunt either? Roll.
Vegan praline pumpkin seeds. Sure, why not?
So roll taunt. You do not have the skill.
Don't have taunt. So
okay. You may roll untrained, and
that's a D4, D6.
Please, dear God.
5.
-2 for 3. 4. Okay. You you do have 2 left. And you have Elan, so if you Benny, you get a +2.
I didn't know that last time. All right.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I get to take all of
He's
his precious. I get to take all of his precious bennies away.
He's putting all of his resources into this stick throwing venture.
Woohoo! Oh, and it doubled on that one too.
All right. So,
nice.
So 6 + 5 +2 -2. So he gets an 11. Okay, with a success and a raise. Yeah, you taunt one of them away.
Yay!
One of them does, oddly enough, go for your fetching. You see it dive into the corner of the library and grab it, and then tear the ruler to pieces. Okay, so now there's currently there's one that is shaken. That's currently on the ground, taking care of Chef. There's two that are approaching, and then two that are now three that are like out of the fight, basically. So
just tearing into a yardstick.
Gleamsong's got hers. Hearts beat diamonds. So Chef, you're up next.
All right. Well, I'm going to try to scare off the other one because it worked decently the last time.
Okay.
Because the less that we have to deal with, the better.
Yeah. Okay. Are you going to do the same thing as before?
Yeah, I'm going to grab a book and go on, and try to.
Okay. So go ahead and roll intimidate and add one to it.
All right. Just trying to drive it back. Oh, nice. I got a 10 on my 10 and a 5 on the D6. So that makes it 11, and I get to re-roll the 10.
Okay, so, yeah.
Whichever you want.
So that would be a total, I got a 7, so that'd be 18.
Alright. My total's a 4.
I scare the crap out of that thing.
Yeah, no, you threaten it with higher education.
I'm gonna beat some knowledge into you.
Wait till you know what your college fees will be.
I'm gonna give you so much student debt. You scare the last one off. That's currently in the room with you. You have a momentary breathing room. I'm gonna wrap up. I'm gonna discard the rest of these cards for the moment. So we're out of combat order momentarily. There's more of these things coming. So you have a short amount of time. So.
So we have.
Sorry. Yeah.
Suddenly we go from being in battle to out of battle. It's just that moment of just huffing and going like, what?
What is our companion doing? How is she coming along and what she's doing? Can we get out of here before they show up?
Yeah.
She's still studying?
She just finished. Just finished his reading. Like, it appears not to have noticed anything that just happened in here.
All right. We should go now. Leaving would be good.
She's just mumbling, "Nosu Varakta Nictum."
Yeah. Let's see. So I'm just consulting something here. She goes, all right, I've got it. I think I have a spell that might be able to remove that sends things that are not from this dimension outward. We need to find him and make sure this happens. I've never used human magic before, so I'm not sure what could happen here.
Well, you know what? The sooner that we can get out of here, probably the best. So
yes.
All right, it's just to set the huge book back down, and yeah.
Okay,
they're ordering food.
Yes, we are food ordering. Okay, so I guess the two places that this thing could go is either what Star doing? Okay, so it's either going to be going to the museum, but most likely is going back to the theater. So we should probably go there pronto.
All right. Let's see. I'll just consult something here. Yeah. Sorry, having fun with the cat over here. So the four of you go running out of the library and can see that the school dance outside has also been thrown into a panic. People are screaming and
school dances at this place just have a really bad record.
I had to rewatch that movie in preparation for this. I was like, oh god. So yeah, that's a good point. They have don't go to the school dance at Equestria High School. As you walk out the front, you go out the kind of front double doors of the high school, and kids running screaming off in the street. Walking back out and looking at the plaza, things are a bit different. There's a huge storm, swirling clouds overhead, and there are Egyptian animals running around terrorizing people all over the place.
Oh my gosh!
There's big swarms of snakes and scarabs and hyenas and stuff.
Wow, it appears that we're in the thick of it.
So there's a fire somewhere, and there's lots of screaming and sirens going off. Trick-or-treaters being chased by monsters.
Michael Cera is just being a jerk and ends up getting impaled by a pole.
Yes.
Guys, where's my cell phone? That's what I'm seeing serious.
There's lightning crackling overhead, so it's extra apocalyptic looking.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
It's
go.
like all the plagues of Egypt being compressed at once in this plaza.
We try and see if we can jack Flash Sentry's car.
Yes.
Get around town fast.
And then if you know how to drive, like,
Touch
woo,
them while we're at it.
and then immediately plow into a fire hydrant.
That was a bad idea. Let's just walk.
Okay, let's keep going. So yeah, there's
You just got it repaired for the other dance.
the Gleam song was just horrified, oh dear Celestia, this is going to take so much time to clean up.
Everyone, please stare into this red blinking light.
We're gonna have to deneuralize everyone. There's like sand blowing in, so there's like a sandstorm. So it's a like chaotic mishmash of like animals attacking people and sand and frogs and such and locusts.
Let us go to the movie theater.
It's straight across the plaza. The as you're coming, Gleamsong is shouting like we need to I've got the spell. We just need to get close enough to the portal to be able to cast it.
Well, let's get there.
All right, let's get moving.
As you're running, as you're trying to approach on the plaza, you can see up ahead. It's like the chaos is even denser. As I said, there's like cobras everywhere. And
Yeah.
Jeez.
Are there there's no spiders though, right?
Oh no, there's a giant spider.
Ah, god.
You can
Giant ghost
the
spiders.
spiders are over by like the barber shop, so you can
Okay.
mostly avoid them.
Yes, please.
But the thing you do notice is that same figure you saw from earlier is sitting on top of the bronze horse statue in the center of town, like doing like the kind of the famous Napoleon pose, and is holding the papyrus scroll out in front of him and reading aloud. This is at the very center of town.
Hey, buddy, you shouldn't do that. This is bad. And we're gonna stop you somehow. Just so you know. What?
You can't. He can't hear you over the din right now.
No.
So the way it was, if you want to approach Naralet Hotep directly, you have to find some. Like, I'm gonna have you roll to have to dodge around like the swarms of cobras.
Oh, great.
Or you can try, or if you want to go straight to the movie theater, that's a similar roll. So you have to find some way. You either roll or find some creative solution to getting past like the swarms of angry animals.
I told you, Flash Sentry's car was a perfect idea. Come on, guys! Woo!
Destroyed my car. So don't worry, I got this. This goes in reverse. Drive through a wall.
Drive through the school. Sorry, guys. Drive back forward. Flash just looks horrified.
Gonna beat the shit out of you later.
I'm not gonna be on this world later.
So yeah, so you've got like a large expanse of angry biblical animals that are in your way. What is your solution to getting across this din and mess?
You had to ask that question.
Oh yeah. If you wish to try to steal a car, and then I'll be asking rolls to figure out how to use human technology.
Oh my gosh. Well, we are a smart bunch.
Our bookish friend should probably know how.
Oh yeah, she lives here.
Gleamsong is currently just kind of staring in horror, but you can snap her out of it if you want.
Yes, let's
Yeah.
shake her and try and get her in the game here.
Yeah, let's see. Well, yeah, we need to definitely get her back into the game plan. Yeah, let's see. Our options for getting across a sea full of cobras without magic and without me being able to knock a giant car onto them. Sandy, could you tank them?
Go fight those
I
cobras.
There's a lot of those AC.
Just go thug them.
Start punching snakes. Could go wrong.
Snakes. It had to be snakes.
Yeah, no, it did.
Oh, let's see. We can't. Let's see. Does anyone have a DeLorean?
There's got to be some sort of car that can get us out of this.
Assume that there's no way we can zip line down there. Let's see. See, I'm trying to think of a square surrounded in cobras.
What about, okay, it's Halloween, right? There's kids out trick-or-treating things.
Yeah.
What about skateboards, those little wheelbarrows people pull their kids around in? Anything like that we could get going at speed and try and navigate?
All right, so yeah, I can assume that there are skateboards, bicycles, and cars nearby.
It seems like cars would be, or a bike would even be more complicated than a car for a former quadruped.
Yeah, I should get on it and fall over again.
Are there any segways? Something
They
we
really
can
they really caught on in the Equestrian Girls world. I think the CEO of the company who owns Segways, or still made Segways, like, died when he drove his off a cliff.
Oh, jeez. Are the... Can you see anything there to make a rudimentary lathe?
Yeah. Pony shallow. So I was saying, if you guys do want, like, the car will definitely be the challenge option, but there are, like, other conveyances.
Okay, listen.
But if you're gonna do, like, sweet tricks and try to jump over some cobras, just ollie over some cobras.
Just shred over these cobras, dude.
Yes! That would be so awesome. Alright, why don't we grab...
Let's do Flash Sentry's car, why not?
Let's do it, why not?
Why don't we just wreck Flash Sentry's car and...
Look at it. I'm sure he has insurance. I mean, we can't cause time paradox.
Listen, we just need to
we
find...
don't care, more importantly.
We just needed to find in car. Just so happened it was his. Hopefully he won't ever become a prince or nothing, so... And he's in another world, who cares?
Step 1, can we open a car door with our finger appendages?
Yes. That, like, basic things I'm sure you can kind of go, like, pull levers and press buttons and such.
Okay.
Alright. Let's pile into a vehicle of some manner. Whatever's closest.
You know what? I like this idea. You hop in like I'm sure he has something ridiculous like a convertible.
You've seen his car.
Is he?
Yeah, remember, he drives up with like this Charger muscle car.
Ah, perfect. Okay.
Oh, please let his guitar be in the back so we can swing it at stuff.
Yes.
So we can combine like Ferris Bueller's Day Off and Animal House for like driving cars and smashing guitars.
And fighting cobras.
Like in G.I. Joe. Alright, yeah, so since this is suggested, I'll like to go with it. So you hop in what looks like a very fast, horseless carriage. Let's see. Okay, like, Gleam Song's like, alright. I've seen them using these things before. I've never actually gotten the chance to use one.
Okay, can you get us started? How does this thing start moving?
Like, they need some sort of key or something.
Alright, everyone look around. Are there keys actually in the key slot? Or anywhere that we can see?
No.
Crap.
There's his car.
Yeah. Awesome. See, I'm kind of sad now, like he wasn't driving like the car from Knight Rider. It'd be pretty cool. Anyway, so, yeah, so, like, there's some, like, the car is not, the key is not in the ignition. I'm just gonna assume you just smash the window open.
Oh, yeah. Alright, well then, let's look around the car. Look around the sun visor and in the little compartment.
I'm smart. I try and hotwire it.
Well, she says, I have heard they sometimes keep an extra hidden underneath the car, in case they forget their main one. So if anyone wants to search for a key, roll notice.
All right, let's see.
Well, I think we're all kind of.
Okay.
Let's see. Notice. Okay.
I got a 4 and a 1, which is not very good.
I got a 4 and a 1.
I got a 3 and a 3.
Okay. Do any of you want to Benny it?
I've already
I'll
used almost all. Okay, she's going.
Okay, so
All right.
I've got like a little table here.
5 and a 1.
Okay.
How evil does the DM want?
I mean, there is a number in my head.
And number is 17.
It's no. I've never assigned a target number over a 10 for just a regular roll. Is there some way in which let's see. I'll give you an opportunity to justify a bonus. So you're looking for a key, magnetic lockbox. Is there some specific spot you look to pick somewhere?
Glove box.
Let's see. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I've never seen this thing before, but if I were trying to hide something to start up my vehicle, I'd probably want it to be on the driver's side, so I'd be looking on the side with the wheel and everything.
I mean, are you looking inside the car or outside?
What's that?
Are you looking inside or outside of it?
You said under the car, so I was thinking you were talking about one of those little, magnetic things that sticks under the car or something.
Okay.
So, probably towards the front, I would think, logically. I have investigate as a skill, so, maybe I can think this through in a way that makes sense despite my unfamiliarity with this technology.
Okay. Let's see, you have a 5. You'll just, actually, for this, I'll see. Yeah, you are looking in the general area, so I'll give you the +1 for it.
What about our friend? Is she looking too?
She's trying to figure. She's got the wheel and is
okay,
trying to fiddle with it. But so Pixel, you find at very long last, you have to kind of knock some scarabs out of the way. But you find a little box clipped to the bottom, or magneted to the bottom of the car, and there's a key inside of it.
All right. I got this thing.
Okay.
I'm preparing
Open it up, see what's inside.
I'm preparing the who is driving car, oh no, Pony is driving car. How that be?
Pony gotta drive? Was that the Clerks animated show? Yeah.
Alright, take out the key. Who's the pilot?
Who's piloting this thing? Currently, Gleamsong is sitting in the driver's seat. Unless anyone wants to step up.
I would think she'd be the one for the job, so I hand her the key.
Okay. So so she goes, all right, and I guess this thingamabob goes in the what's it here, and she kind of sticks it in there and turns it in one direction, and turns it, and the whole car hums to life.
Hey, that's totally easy.
You did it!
Yay! Now let's drive this.
Okay. I'm just I've been on their public transportation conveyance. I've tried to observe how this works, but here goes. She kind of she presses something and the car goes roaring forward. It puts straight pedal to the metal immediately. This doesn't know how you depress it partially for different speeds. So for a terrifying few seconds, the car goes tearing across, out of the parking lot, over the strip, over the sidewalk. You glance off of a fire hydrant. The car is currently hurtling towards a lamppost, and Gleamsong looks paralyzed by fright.
I grabbed the wheel.
AC, roll agility.
Oh crap! I shouldn't have grabbed the wheel.
You're the one who stepped up. Use your lucky AC themed D6.
That one.
Yes.
All right. D4, D6. Sorry for killing us all. 4 and a 1.
Okay. So a 4 is a basic success. So you the very last second you grab the wheel and pull it to one side, and the car goes veering out across the plaza. You hear a as it runs over a bunch of cobras, and scarabs are exploding against the windshield.
They shoot out red lasers and
pew pew. And then there's sand pouring over it, and all of you are screaming constantly.
Constantly.
Shut up. But at last, the car comes screeching to a halt as you plow into a bunch of cast iron park benches.
It's a good thing we don't know whose car this is.
I'm sure this won't come back to haunt us ever.
the car kind of comes to a halt and like sputters and dies as like a bunch of like wrought iron park benches tear through the front of the engine, and Gleamsong like yanks the key out of the car and turns it off. This has gotten you most of the way across the plaza, so you're now you're like on the street, across the street from the movie theater. To one side, and the other side is Nyarlathotep, the strange otherworldly demon, still chanting at the from the scroll. William's song is like stuffing. Okay, we're never going to do that ever again.
Okay, fine. I don't ever plan on being a human ever again. So there.
Fine. She grabs her umbrella and like forces open the already slightly bent door.
Been a human for a day, already in a car accident.
Full experience. All right, well, I guess it's confrontation time.
Yep. So, she runs out and she goes, "All right, I memorized what needs to be said. I'm going to do my best to see if I can open the portal, or close the main portal. Because I need you to just buy me a few. You just need to buy me a few more seconds, and I can get this done."
We can do that.
Sandy's a really good meat shield, so let's.
Is there anything else in the car that we can use? Anything at all, like bags, sports equipment, anything like that?
Does he have a tennis racket or golf clubs? He seems like the kind that would have golf clubs.
I would think he would have it would be like a football or something. There is a guitar in the back.
Oh, I'm taking the guitar.
This looks like something similar.
All right, Pixelkitties, you just need a guitar and a scooter, and you're set.
Good. All right.
You pull out an awesome what is that? You pull out like an acoustic guitar which is black with a lightning bolt on it.
This is for his unplugged session, so.
It's gonna get unplugged, all right.
Okay, so you look in the back and there's like license and registration and like a flashlight and then the guitar.
A flashlight, yes. We can blind them by the light.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Blind them by.
It didn't require a song, Sandy. We're in a desperate situation.
Yeah, no time to sing now.
I'm sorry.
Unless that song is meant to give us moral courage. Time to go fight the evil thing in the middle of this plaza, surrounded by cobras.
Fender. That was it. That was what I was trying to think of.
Gotta save the world.
I'm not a guitar person. I'm sorry. Okay, so the three of you are gonna go straight to you've cleared a path through the various animals and supernatural phenomena.
Okay. Well, let's make a beeline.
Okay.
Or a pony line or a human line, whatever.
Okay. So you approach where Nyarlathotep is perched on top of the big bronze horse statue and casting a spell. He doesn't appear to take notice of you. Oh my god! I just got that.
What?
Flashlight.
Yeah.
I just totally thought of things that are in my car. Not a guitar.
You only stumbled across an OTP. I'm sorry.
Oh god.
That one's legal. Come on. That one is. That's a legal OTP. Come on.
Man in this flashlight.
No, that's a different one.
Yeah, let's just end that right.
Yeah,
don't have that right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the bad monster guy, is he like reading from the scroll, or has he absorbed the scroll, or what's he doing?
Is he the scroll?
Am I a scroll? He's reading from the scroll.
Alright, I want to swing Flash Sentry's guitar at the scroll. Not necessarily at him, but I want to try and knock it out of his whatever.
Okay, roll, so we're getting weird ambient noises.
Sandy's opening more bags.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry.
A big burlap bag.
He's pulling out that flashlight.
So, Pixel, you're going to attempt to nail the scroll out of his hand with the guitar.
Yes.
I'm going to consider this an improvised thrown weapon.
Okay.
So you're going to it's going to be a throwing attack uses fighting.
I do not have any fighting.
Okay.
Crap. So that's the D4 minus 2 again, huh?
Yeah, you can hand it to Chef. You might be able to do it.
Can I do that? Well, Chef, will you take this guitar and try and disrupt some shit or stuff?
Yes.
Manure?
Show just went
right.
PG-13 all of a sudden.
We're gonna. I will show these people I have the power to move them with rock.
Rock!
Please, yes,
All right.
please let me be your.
And then immediately huck the guitar at them. Okay, so
right.
she hands it to Chef.
I'm your Kyle Gass, I guess.
Yeah. As a Chef, since this is an improvised weapon, it doesn't throw very well. Roll fighting with a -1 penalty.
Oh, jeez.
So
What is your fighting, Sandy?
4.
Oh shoot! I should have thrown it. I got a 6.
he's
Give it to me. I'll toss it.
he needs to,
But he has greater strength.
Hand it
I don't
around the
know.
you've
guitar.
already sung. Is
Yes,
wasn't part
AC,
of-
you throw this. You're better at throwing stuff.
I guess.
With all of you standing in line, you're feeling it nah, balance this off. We're gonna hand it to AC. Alright, if you want to toss the guitar.
All right, fine. I'll do it.
Fighting -1.
All right.
And you get your
so
wild die
it's
as usual.
6 and a 6. Oh, gee, Benny, that. Come on.
All right.
That was a 2 and a 1.
Okay, your last one.
Yeah.
This is.
Oh, jeez. Hey, thanks, die.
Well, okay, so you have that. So you roll a 2, and with +2 from your lawn, and -1 because it's not balanced for throwing. So you have a 3. So you
Does it effectively just land directly at his feet and burst into a billion pieces?
yeah, pretty much. Or you clip the horse's head with it and it shatters into a million pieces.
Well, I'm sure that won't. Well, oops.
It does get his attention though.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Hey, buddy.
So it's stuff the scroll the scroll is just hovering in front of it, and he's holding on to the bronze reins of the horse as he's talking. It's pausing for a second. He's looking down at what's clearly a wax mask. And what do you think you're doing? It's an oddly whimsical voice.
Stopping you?
Wherever I go, there's always someone or something like you.
Well, that's good.
Which is why I hope to see more of you in the future. Now, if you'll excuse me, it goes back to reading the scroll.
No, hold on. The thing you're doing, we don't You're trying to go somewhere, and you're doing a lot of bad here, which is bad. But where you're going, we don't want it there either. Listen, it's going to low property values. We're just. Listen, it's not you, it's us. We don't. There's other, more maybe sandy Cobra-y worlds that would fit you better than the one you're trying to go to. So
I completely failed at doing the voice. I was trying to do Killface from Frisky Dingo. It's weird, this weird kind of nasally British voice. Look, I understand. I understand what you're trying to say, but I've already determined that there are other worlds that need my particular brand of insanity brought to them.
No. I mean, come on.
He's like,
no. Hold on. Let's talk this over just a little bit. What if you stopped what you were doing and then we could talk this out and you not do the thing you're doing?
Come on, be cool, man. Be cool.
Come on. Let's talk this through.
He's ignoring you at this point.
Aww.
So if anyone else has any brilliant ideas, there's the shattered remains of the Flash Centric's guitar.
Okay,
I've
so
got a pretty high
everything he
persuade. I
loves.
could try something.
Yeah, what's the status of the area around us?
Still full of. There's still hyenas and cobras and also sand blowing everywhere.
Any things that would be dangerous to a scroll, such as fire or water?
I mean, I'm sure there's random things that are like on fire laying around.
Okay, so there are fiery things. Are there any water fountains?
Yeah, it's on the plaza.
Okay, so we have things that could potentially set the scroll on fire, or potentially wet the scroll to the point that we could stop that beast.
Sure, you do get the impression that you have very little time.
Yes, so
I'm gonna say I mean, you have a minute of in-game time, so you must act quickly.
Okay, so we just sit here in silence for a while, thinking.
All right, I'm going to try and persuade this guy real quick, if I can.
Okay, make your case to the crawling chaos.
All right, roll first or talk first?
Talk first, and depending how convincing I think you are, I might give you a bonus.
All right, so look, we've already got a chaos creature in our realm. And he's kind of annoying, and I don't really think you guys want to get into some kind of urination contest over which one of you has the better brand of insanity. Realistically, you should probably go somewhere where there's not already someone set up to do business.
All right, go ahead and roll persuasion.
I got a 6 on the 6, and I got a 5 on the 6, so 11.
All right.
Yeah. I don't think I have pluses.
Let's see, do you? You do. Well,
yeah, I have charisma.
Well, in this case, it doesn't apply. Your good breeding isn't really very convincing.
Oh, she seems so moneyed. Look at this nice rich girl.
So. As much I kind of expected you to say, like, we've already got a Discord, and I know you're more about, like, death and insanity. He's more about just, like, pointless time wasting.
Besides, he'll kind of get zapped by those 6 girls, so...
So, he pauses for a moment, and stuff's like, I'll take my chances.
Dang it.
Okay, so, yeah, clock is ticking. Anyone else has any ideas?
Alright, so there's generally flamey things, and...
There's pandemonium all about. If you need dead cobras or beetles or anything...
I've been in the lookout for dead cobras for years, so...
Dead cobras at live cobra prices.
So,
Alright, so I'm going to attempt to chuck a flaming thing at him, at the scroll.
what are you proposing to light on fire?
Is there... Let's see.
Because dead cobras are not very flammable.
Is there a piece of a flaming park bench, perhaps?
Sure.
Alright, cool. Alright, chuck it.
Okay, so you have to take a few seconds to, like, rip it from the wreckage, and then sit there and light it on fire. And you're going to take another throw with an improvised weapon.
Right, because I was so good at this a moment ago.
Go ahead, roll. You're going to roll fighting -1 again.
Yep. All right. Oh, come on!
And he gets a 2. So he goes, and like hucks it and just goes sailing over.
What do you guys want to help too?
He goes sailing over Nyarlathotep's Hotep's head.
Could you lower the scroll some?
Little to the left. So AC's eating up some time.
Sandy, do something.
You're up, Sandy.
How far? You said that the scroll is.
It's hovering above, kind of out and above him, so it's like 20 feet off the ground. He's on top of a statue.
So if I were to, like, say, jump on the statue and can I reach and grab it?
Would you like to crawl atop this crawling horror?
Yeah. You might, not really. Even if you were hanging out over, like, the horse's, like, snout and, like, reaching out, you probably wouldn't be able to grab it.
Yeah, and 20 feet's quite a distance to fall.
Yeah.
Yes. And it also involves, like, it would probably take more than the 30 seconds you have left to scale this statue and then not get instantly vaporized.
Wait, what is our companion doing?
She's standing. Yeah. She's out in front of the movie theater, like pointing her cane at that movie poster indicated, which is glowing slightly, and chanting under her breath.
Okay.
She has to use weird human magic.
Okay, could I grab, like, a piece of bench and try to throw it at the scroll again?
Everything is just...
Well, if the scroll is, like, the focus to the gate, then we need to damage it, destroy it, or something.
Or just distract him long enough for her to finish what she's doing.
Okay, I mean, you can do it.
I can throw it at something at him. He's a bigger target.
Yeah, is there any things of peanut butter we could throw at his mouth so that way it just
I don't think it works like that.
Just my mouth is also just
He's not a dog. He has dogs, but he's not a dog.
Yeah, but if it had that, it'd just be so distracting having so much peanut. We could do. Is there any cinnamon? Can we toss cinnamon towards his mouth?
No, but like, yeah, there's general destruction.
Wait, hold on. What is he like again?
What?
Is he just a giant mummy-ish thing?
Some sort of weird humanoid in like a tall like trench coat. And
trench coat.
Is it every part of what would be exposed skin is covered, and his face is covered in a wax mask.
Let's try and set him on fire. I mean,
Okay.
no, that's a little bit daddly. Let's see.
But what about his robes? His old tattered trench coat thing?
Yeah, try and yank that off.
If you want.
I love the way that you say that, like, this is a terrible idea.
I looked straight into your eyes, like,
No. Do you wish that suddenly a face appears from the sky and says, no, don't do that. That's a terrible idea.
yeah.
Somewhere AC's conscience shows up and goes, oh, no. Oh, man, this one's tough because it's just take out the scroll, distract him.
There's I set this up such that there's like I assume there's multiple ways of kind of going about this, and I said you can look around your surroundings maybe for a solution. Or is that above us?
Above us?
No, I mean like.
Oh yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah, that's our thing. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a notice to see if there's anything of like particular note around.
All right.
Sure. For every success you get, I'll point out something of potential use.
All right.
This was an open-ended puzzle. It was like I was going to see what you. I have my ideas in my head, but I want to see what you come up with.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Notice I deprived you of Unstoppable to keep you from just like trying to knock the statue over. Because
I got a 9.
Ooh. Okay, 9.
I got a 7 on D8.
Sweet. Okay, so so Pixel, you have a success with a raise, and then Chef has a success. So around you, so there's like broken park benches. There's plenty of dead animals if you really need it. There's anything you find in the car, and then stuff that you notice. There's a couple. Yeah, let's see. There is there's like a sprinkler that's broken and is spewing out water.
Oh.
It's not. It's kind of a large. It's like an inch diameter PVC pipe. It's kind of shattered, but it's coming out. But it's currently only like kind of flowing out. It's not spraying out. There's plenty of fire. There's you might be able to upend a rock or something. Let's see.
The PVC pipe, does it have reach? Is it long enough that we could swing it and maybe knock the?
Well, no, it's buried. It's buried in the ground and it's
buried.
protruding because you a giant divot has been blown out of the ground.
But the sprinkler sounds like we have a sprinkler that goes out there, and that thing goes a huge distance up. You said it's trickling, but if we can get that to have a nice pressure to it, those things go up huge.
Yeah.
So we could direct that towards. We could even use the PVC pipe to redirect it.
Yeah, it's kind of sticking out, and you've got like 3 feet of it to work with.
All right, team. Meanwhile, is the car still operable?
No.
I was just gonna slam it.
It was depending on how well you rolled onto like keep her from plowing into something. Was like if you fail, you plow it into across the fire hydrant across the street. It was like success gets you across the plaza, and a raise you actually manage to like drive into the wall at the movie theater, so you can get all the way across. But yeah, what do you want to do with the PVC pipe, knowing you have only like 30 seconds left?
I imagine that we would just try and spray him and or the scroll.
Okay.
All right, AC, you try and spray him. Why don't we just grab something that's either big or on fire and just start tossing shit at him? Let's
Good,
get a
because
lot of stuff in
I'm
the air.
so bad at throwing stuff right now. So, all right.
Yeah. The Okay, so which you're going to try to like spray it? Go ahead and we'll just describe how you do that exactly.
Okay, so you said that it's just kind of bubbling at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's coming out like a hose that you've turned on, but it's not like it's not spraying out because the diameter is still full.
Okay, so let's see. And this is in the ground. It's not actually.
Yeah, it's like sticking out.
Okay. And you said that there was a piece of PVC pipe?
That's what I mean. It's like
Okay. So I would take the PVC pipe, put it to the base of that, and then push it down enough that it actually kind of close the opening, and turn it enough so that it could actually direct towards the unspeakable horror.
Okay. So I'll take that. I was the final one. Just like put your thumb to cover most of it.
Yeah.
Increases the pressure. So yeah, I'm gonna. Okay.
I could do that too, but then I'd be down on the ground going. Either way.
So go ahead and let's see. I'm wondering if you make because you got it's the right idea, I think. To be able to like knock the flying scroll out of the air with water. Roll agility.
God. How's it agility? And my D6 or just?
No, you get both.
All right.
So there we go.
There. 5.
And he rolls his 5, which is enough. So AC finally grabs uses his flesh manipulators, and like aims the kind of PVC pipe jutting out of the ground and knocks sprays the scroll with it. The scroll is made of like tattered papyrus, and very quickly it just kind of turns into pulp in the air. With seconds on the clock, literally. Near left. No. Like I should have thought that through.
He's a regretful. Oh, blasted! I'm a hell beast from across time, and I wish I had thought through all the potentials of which you could have stopped me.
He looks slightly dismayed as adolescently you hear Gleamsong shout something, and the little movie poster that you were looking at begins glowing and light starts pouring out of it. Let me consult one thing here real quick. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. So it says Gleamsong's managed to cast her spell before he was able to open it. With that he kind of looks with his weird wax face kind of dejectedly and like I suppose I underestimated you in the most cliched way possible. Like, but then don't worry, I shall be returned unspecified time later.
Such a nice dapper villain. Such a nice Egyptian elemental horror that we're dealing with.
I would normally get revenge by forcing you to gaze upon my infernal countenance and drive your tiny minds out of your skulls. But on further inspection, I think it'd be current expedient to leave this place. This is a waste of my time. And, yeah.
I wish you adieu.
He kind of shakes his weird like wax face. I'm beside myself, and then again bursts into a blast of light and goes streaking off into the sky. So as things calm with his disappearance, all of the animals and the weird the storm and the sandstorms abate and disappear promptly, leaving everyone still terrified and everything still destroyed.
Well, that was a thing.
Well,
that was way harder than it probably should have been. I'm sorry we were just floundering towards the end there.
So you all go home and start practicing, like, throwing stuff at start playing darts. How do they do this? Like, I can't even do this with hooves. Yeah.
Sticks? Nope. Guitar? Nope. Yeah, I don't know. The D6 has just hated me for a while. All right, so let's go check on Gleam Song.
So she's kind of leaning on her little like our umbrella, and the portal's still glowing. Like, well, I suppose that was a success. I think unfortunately, I think I have my work cut out for me.
Yeah, sorry we made a mess of your world. You're kind of in charge of keeping an eye on.
like wipes like some of the dirt off of her like giant glasses. So it takes a second to breathe. Like, don't worry, like it didn't go as bad as it could have.
Oh, yeah. Though I will say, for a giant evil terror beast, quite nice to talk to.
Polite, even. Yes.
She did. I might when I return, I will have to write a report on that. This world might have an effect on these on the creatures that come here. It may in essence force them. It may in essence mean that if they're going to come here a bit sugar coated.
Didn't stop us from throwing guitars at his head.
Well, that's just awesome though. We can do that.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
Man, I hope that guy isn't upset about that.
Yeah, you know what? That'll be future someone else's problem, because I intend to get back home as soon as I can.
Yeah, it had a note on it. It said something about Sunset Shimmer. Don't make sure nothing happens to this. So, or I will dump you. Well, I don't know.
She's like, I think with his exit from this world, it's beginning to shift again. The portal. It appears that when he arrived, multiple portals opened around him. I think that she points to the glowing one. This might be your entrance back home.
Might.
It's hard to say sometimes.
Is it one way?
It might. I'm afraid so. If it opened again as shortly as it did when you arrived, you may only have a minute to even seconds to decide.
Oh, great! We're sliders now.
Which one of you is John Rhys Davies?
Certainly not me.
He was the best character though on that stupid show.
All right. Well, if we have no real option but this big shiny glowy portal. See you all on the other side. Take care, Gleam Song, and thank you for what you did.
So I'll give you like a salute.
We'll see you in 2 years. Yeah. We should get together, have a reunion.
That time that bad thing happened. It's like having a reunion for a plane crash.
It is actually. Never mind. Let's never talk again.
Oh my god. Just. Like, I'll make mention in my report. I would tell the authorities about this.
Yeah, I probably will end up doing that.
No, and the three of you like do the kind of like hop through the portal and disappear off into space and time. It's a similar process everything kind of blinks out for a second. You find yourself hurling through like a rainbow wormhole, like in the movie.
And suddenly we jump through and land at SG-1.
Oh god, we're stuck in another cliche. No, finally, at last, you come tumbling back into the equestrian world. You very quickly look around to check yourself, and you are once again have 4 legs. The statue behind you has melted into a pool of like lava, basically, and is currently lighting parts of the canvas tent you're in on fire.
That's hot. It's lighting the canvas on fire, and we're just sighing happily.
No, by this time, like all the ponies that were previously here have evacuated after like light and portals opened. But it's still Nightmare Night.
Well,
next year we're dressing as humans.
They do like what those like the weird dog costumes. And they have like two. Like you have your legs are your front legs, and they have 2 like fake arms. Behold the terror. But yeah. So if there's anything else you wanted to do prior to, I'm assuming you're probably just gonna go drink.
Well, is there any sign of the curator guy?
No, it looks like he ran off. With
Okay, there's no sign of the statue anymore?
No, nope. It's melted away. This was basically.
Oh
just
yeah,
like,
that was the statue.
Yeah, we're done. It's like if there's any parting shots you wish to take.
Any parting pot shots? I
want a lot of shots right now.
Yeah, actually, Pixel, come on, let's go back to the let's. I'm gonna go stop by Sweet Apple Acres, pick up some caramel apples, and let's go spend a night at the eatery and drinkery, and just eatery and drinkery our way out of this one.
And let's forget it ever happened.
I'll never speak of this again. But like, I just thought at the very when you finally get back to the restaurant, Starry is sitting on the porch and has sitting out there with a crossbow and a cigarette. What took you so long?
I kept them away.
And that's it for today.
Oh, that was a fun one.
It ended up being more subdued, I think, than I thought.
Well, a lot of times we're like, our dice are being terrible.
That was pretty
our
funny.
Dice are being terrible.
Yeah, there were a couple of things, ways I imagined you taking care of that one, but eventually, I guess you could throw something at it. But
what were some of the other methods that you had?
I had the hose one. There was more I think I might have overreached a little bit, but it was there were more spells in the spell book that you could have taken, and you could have taken a wild ass try
a human spell check.
Yes, there's magic. There were
Well, I don't think we ever had the. It always seemed like she had the book, and we wouldn't unless we would have known of just I
didn't. I would have manipulated time slightly differently if you expressed more interest in the book. Mm-hmm. I think I would have made it more obvious that was an option. But. Yeah. Also,
you were wanting us to read from the Necronomicon.
Yeah, well, it's nice.
Great things always happen when you read from the Necronomicon.
Yes. Well, see, that's Necronomicon.
Necronomicon. See, I believe there is a con called Necronomicon.
See, I've only ever seen Army of Darkness. I haven't seen the original Evil Dead movies, but so my reference to the Necronomicon is always Lovecraft, which is what this was supposed to be partially based on.
Next to Grata
Nicto, yes.
There we go.
I said
it. Yeah. So this was
I have to say, since we came from Happy Pony World, reading from the Black Book of Death was my first instinct.
Yes.
Great.
It appears to be made of horse flesh.
Oh, it's made of human skin. Oh, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, really. Human skin just seems kind of normal to us.
All smooth and hairless, mostly. But yeah, so yeah. So that went well. That broke my. I've had this informal rule where I've been disappointed with my own work on all of the odd numbered games. The games were fun and everything, but it was I was I could have done that differently. So this ended up being that lucky number 7 ended up breaking the trend, I think.
Really?
Yeah, nothing horrible went wrong, or I didn't feel like I dropped the ball on something.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember. Mystery at Horse Point was fine.
It was just the first one. So
yeah.
I was oh god, what am I doing?
Over the Hills and Through the Woods. That one was crazy meat prison.
Meat and the caramel.
And this Island Equestria.
We don't talk about that one. Yeah, that's all we're gonna say about that. It's have you ever seen that movie Mimic where the child communicates with the giant cockroaches? Yes. It's like that.
Let us never speak of this again.
Precisely.
Alright, well. All the bennies have been spent. We are all over. It's now time to give us delicious XP.
Yes. So this everything I can take care of. I think this is this will be good for a standard 2. For everyone else, let's see. Yeah, so everyone gets 2 experience. That means AC and Chef are both at Oh yeah, AC already filled it.
Yeah, we are officially at the point that we can purchase something.
Yeah, so you both now have another advance, and if you wanted to go over it now, we can. But otherwise, it's
Oh shoot! I didn't notice that my equipment included a crude crossbow.
I think you left that at home. That's what Starry had. When he came back from vacation, he had this.
Yeah, so Starry had my crude.
Everywhere
This is
now.
what my idiot boyfriend buys when he's alone. If he is the kind of guy, he's the kind of pony who would watch like the Home Shopping Network. Like, yeah, I need that.
I do need an ice necklace. Yeah, there was supposedly some person got kicked off of the Home Shopping Network for several times for selling items that weren't actually real. One of them being like at 2 a.m. He was just like, "You can get this specialty necklace made out of ice. This is a wonderful ice necklace that is."
I always just think of the one of the guy on the Home Shopping Network who's like trying to demonstrate this like katana they're selling and like bangs into the table. And,
I think it's the same guy.
like broke in half and like cut his arm open. And he's like off camera. Yeah, it was like he goes like flying off camera, and the camera is like set on like a track, so it just keeps videotaping the stuff they're selling. Off camera, like oh, that got me pretty good. I'm gonna need some medical attention.
Yeah, because he had the sword and he was like, and this thing is so sturdy, bing, bing, bang, and just explodes.
It's like, oh, that's bad.
No, that's not good.
So yeah, so we've got. So it looks like, and Pixel, you have an advance from last time.
Oh.
So you can do it now or later, but as an advance in this game is. You can improve one of several things. You can, if you have two skills that are below the attributes they're tied to. So, like I think Streetwise is tied to smarts, for example, or fighting to strength.
It's almost here.
If they're below that, you can increase two of them each by one rank. If you want to gain a new skill, you gain it to D4. If the skill's at or above the attribute it's tied to, you can increase it just that one, or you can use it to gain an edge, or something else like that.
I only have two if you have any extra cash.
If you want
I get to level up.
Yeah. Get fighting.
Yeah, I forget.
The
20.
I'll see. Yeah. So if she wanted more spells, there's an edge called New Spell. Oh, she has a copy of it already. So yeah, anything you can decide on it later. But yeah, there we go. And this thing is you can fill it in wherever you want. But somewhere between now and the next game, which hopefully will be that in April.
Well, I mean,
April
we could try for something a little earlier too. You know.
We could, and especially since I should be more free.
We could drag you out to FC again.
If you'll pay, if you'll pay for my plane ticket.
No, for
oh God, right.
Yeah, that one. We could have Dusty Cat because he actually tabletops.
Yeah, okay.
He would be fun. Thank you, baby. Yeah, I mean, we could probably do if you wanted to come down and be part of that again.
If I can do it, I can score an empty elevator like last time.
Furries! Oh!
The con atmosphere was just a little too weird for me.
Oh, yeah.
The thing against it was just like
Used to it.
yeah, I know.
Well, you get to experience the Brony con atmosphere.
Yeah, it's a little different. It feels like
It could be. There still very much are some people that are a little too into it, but
oh yeah, I know. My thing, all the furries that I know are always they're all very jovial about it. But like the one Brony at my school who I tried to talk to looked like every time I tried to talk to the one time I tried to bring something up about it, he just gave me the look like, please go away.
Oh shit!
well,
he looked incredibly shy. So.
Looking at my thing, I think what I'll eventually do for my character is up the agility, because agility is D4 right now, which is...
Let's see if you... Oh yeah, you could if you wanted to. Normally, your attributes you can only increase once per rank, but you have not done that yet, this rank, so...
Wait, and which is the rank?
Oh yeah, novice, seasoned, everything else. You're still all novice characters.
You're a novice. Called me a novice. Yeah, I could do that, or I could go full-on smarts and D12, and that seems a little unnecessary at this point.
God. But yeah, this is in the future for future games. Like any guests you find are always welcome, with maybe a few exceptions.
Yeah,
Dusty Cat's a cool guy.
Dusty would be good. He does a pony tabletop
would.
as is, so I think he could be a good. Heck, we could probably end up if that would be a fun one. We could do a 5-man at if he'd be up for it.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, if it was in person.
It'd be in person, yeah. So it'd be a lot easier to manage.
Oh, I can handle that. I mean, my last D&D game I ran had 6 players, and I managed to keep it. It's a little easier when everyone's in person.
So yeah, it'll be Sandy, Pixel, myself, Dusty, M.A. Larson.
If you can seriously pull that off.
And Peter knew his big Macintosh.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I guess if we did get one of those, you would feel right.
I would be simultaneously elated and terrified. I have a feeling my guess is that there's legal ramifications.
He could play a Peter New pony.
He could.
Yeah, so yeah, I think that's the thing. They'd have to, they could play their OCs, which would be cool.
That'd be awesome.
All right, guys. Well, we'll continue doing the stream for a little bit longer, but let me go ahead and call it for our podcasting audience.
I don't know why you like sitting on the floor, you crazy person.
Well, because it's a little bit easier for the camera.
Right.
Always the.
Now looking
show,
at it, my
show pony.
Right here, my head is perfectly framed by the stream.
So, thanks everyone for listening. Hope you enjoyed. Ooh. That was the game number 7. What was it again? Persona non grata?
Yeah, you guys should have seen that one coming.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Ugh. Let us never speak of this again. So yeah, we'll go ahead and catch you if you liked what you listened to and want to find more. We have done other tabletops. I said this is number 7. You can find that over at BronyShow.com, BronyvillePodcast.com. If you want to find out more about the game, where can they find that?
So you can go. The best place to go is my DeviantArt profile, and I forgive the weird name, but it was this was a throwaway account I made before I had plans on doing anything. My DeviantArt profile is Giftkrieg23. It's German. At DeviantArt.com. You can kind of Google for it. Anything, if all else fails, just Google for This How to Roll My Little Pony. It'll direct you there eventually.
Always does, yeah. Get
so
you there.
You can download the game, as I said, the module there. If you were to run the game on your own, you would need the core Savage Worlds rulebook. And but yeah, you can. As I said, I answer questions and letters and whatever, and emails and whatever. I'm very responsive. So. And
you have another game that you run or had.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I have my own home game. So I operate the thing. I maintain some forums. Mm-hmm. I've been a little bit out of the loop on them at the moment just because of school, but I'll be back on that. Especially by the end of the semester, I think everyone in general will be a bit more active. But if you're looking for a game or you want to try it or something, that can be arranged. The forums are Thrilling Pony Tales, TALES. I didn't go for the full pun there. Mm-hmm. At proboards.com. So you can go and check it out, and we'll be happy to see you.
All right, good deal. Okay, well, that'll take care of us for game number 7. First off, thank you, Pixelkitties. We love you.
Yes.
Oh, I love you guys. Thank you for having me, as always. It's so much fun.
It's ridiculous every single time. So, very glad to have you. Yeah. Sandy, you're the Thunder Maker.
Yay, I helped.
You are you are a great meat shield.
You did. He did. I didn't. I was a little sad that it wouldn't end up being Chef throwing guitar. I think that would have been awesome.
He does have the soul patch for it in that picture. Yeah. So, and by the way, if you want to see the picture, that will be in the show notes as well.
Oh yes, it's and I nearly forgot. Sorry to his credit, the picture, which was amazing. It was done by
it was
just a blank flank at deviantart.com. Check out his page.
I'm an Equestria guy. Oh.
My life is hard. He's in the stream right now. I think is fantastic artist, does all sorts of horse drawings, and you should check it out. So thank you.
Horse ruins. All right, guys, that'll be tabletop number 7. Thank you all for joining us live, or if you're listening to this and listen to probably about 3 hours plus of this. Hope you enjoyed it, and we will do this again very soon. We actually were able to do it.
I know.
Yay! Success!
We defeated the curse.
The curse. You are all now free. You are all free now. All right, let me go hit the button.
Hit the button, Frank.
I am the button.